Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this evening's meeting of the Salem City Council and the Salem Urban Renewal Board. I appreciate all of the attendance, and I appreciate how quickly everyone was able to find a seat. And again, if you can try to keep the aisles clear through the evening, we would like to have everyone seated in a seat. I really want to impress that upon you. Thank you. I want to take a moment to also lay a couple of ground rules and a couple of reminders. It's wonderful to have public participation. It's what we live for on the council. It's extremely important to us. But the decorum in the council chambers is extremely important out of respect to everybody who is here. So even though this is a Monday night, it's not football. So we can't cheer or applaud or boo or respond in any way to testimony that's being given. So try to curb your enthusiasm in that regard, and that will help move the hearings along. We have a lot of people tonight. We have 2 special hearings, so we've got a lot of work in front of us. But again, thank you. It really is a joy to see so many people who care so much about the community who will come down and take the time out of your evening to be with us. So thank you all for being here. With that, we will open the meeting with the roll call.
Board Member Bennett.
Here.
Board Member Tessler is absent, and sitting in for her tonight is guest Board Member David Fox.
Here.
Board Member Nanke.
Here.
Board Member Clausen.
Here.
Board Member Dickey.
Here.
Board Member Thomas.
Here.
Board Member Benars.
Here.
Board Member Clem.
Here.
Chair Peterson.
Here. Thank you. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Member Bennett, would you please move for the approval of special meeting agenda?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move approval of the special meeting agenda for the Urban Renewal Agency, April 22nd, 2013.
Thank you. It's been moved by Member Bennett and seconded by Member Clausen to approve the special meeting agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you. Do we have anyone signed up for public comment? We do. We have 2 people who've signed up this evening for public comment on agenda items. We'll start with Mark Connect and then Teresa Greco. We have both microphones, both podiums operating, and so choose one or the other. If you can kind of share back and forth, it keeps the hearings moving a little more quickly.
To the Honorable Mayor Peterson and the City Council, I wish to thank you for going out with our representatives out on McGillcrest to help make that area more accessible. And I have been working behind the scenes, and so I want to thank you for doing that.
Could you please, I'm sorry, would you please introduce yourself and give us your address?
My name is Mark Connect, and I am also on the City of Salem Advisory Board for the transit citizens, and then I'm also on the City of Salem Council Advisory Council for Housing. And so this is a great improvement out there on the McGillcrest, where they have moved the Social Security office, and now they're going to move the Salem Outreach Veterans Clinic out there too, between November of this year and January of next year. And I want to thank you for helping make these improvements, and your assistant in the office, Mrs. Gretchen Bennett. She's been a real help, and and then I also support the 3rd bridge, because we need jobs in this community, and the urban renewal and different things. I support most of that.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony.
I also do a lot of advocacy work for veterans and people with disabilities in this community too.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate your contributions, both in the neighborhood associations and all of the various things that you've been working with. All right. And Teresa Greco? Are you here to speak? Welcome.
Thank you.
And you have
Madam
3
Mayor.
minutes. When the amber light comes on, you have 2 minutes left, and the red light means you're done.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Madam Mayor. I'm Theresa Greco
Welcome.
with the Salem Convention Center, 200 Commercial Street. And I am just here in support if you have any questions regarding the name change for the conference center.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Do councilors have any questions? All right. Councilor Clem?
Is it now called the Salem Convention Center?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So everybody
Wonderful.
knows.
Only if we vote yes.
Only if we vote yes for that this evening. That's right. If and when. Well, thank you so much for coming. We
Okay.
appreciate you
Thank
being
you.
here, and we appreciate so much what the Salem Conference, yes, I better say Salem Conference Center has added to our community and the tremendous work that you're doing over there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We have action items. Member Bennett, would you like to introduce those?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I move approval of staff recommendation on action item 4.A.
Second.
It's been moved by Member Bennett and seconded by Member Nenke. Is there discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. 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 Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And Member Bennett, do you want to do the next one?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Urban Renewal Agency change the name of the Salem Conference Center to the Salem Convention Center.
It's been moved by Member Bennett and seconded by Member Nanke to approve the staff recommendation of changing the name of the Salem Conference Center to the Salem Convention Center. Is there discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Name change. All right. In your packet, councilors, there is one information item, and are there any questions about that? Okay. Seeing none, we will adjourn this meeting of the Urban Renewal Agency. Thank you. Just takes us a minute to get reset. Okay. Reset. All right, will the recorder please call the roll for the Salem City Council meeting of April 22nd, 2013?
Counselor Bennett?
Here.
Counselor Tessler is absent, and sitting in for her tonight is guest Counselor David Fox. Counselor Nanke? Here. Counselor Clausen? Here. Counselor Dickey? Here. Counselor Thomas? Here. Counselor Benars? Here. Counselor Clem? Here. Mayor Peterson.
Here. Counselor Bennett, would you please move approval of additions and deletions?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I move approval of additions and deletions to the agenda for the City Council, April 22nd, 2013.
It's been moved by Counselor Bennett and seconded by Counselor Nanke to approve the additions and deletions to the agenda. Are there any questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you. We now have time for council comment. Do councilors have comments this evening? Counselor Bennett and then Counselor Nanke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to call everyone's attention to an event that one of my constituents, Ken Simila, brings to the attention of members of the Northeast Neighbors, and that's the blooming camas prairie, about 30 acres of camas in full bloom over the next couple of weeks out at the State Fairgrounds. It's a spectacular sight, well worth the drive around the block or out there, however you look at the State Fairgrounds. It really is a beautiful thing to see.
Thank you for mentioning that. Counselor Nanke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of quick things here. One, I would like to thank staff wholeheartedly for Radcliffe. As you hit the S-turn down in there, used to be this big old chasm ditch that filled up with water, so you never knew if it was your first time through that there was no road underneath that. That was paved. I drove on it on Saturday, and it was like a beautiful thing. So, two, we had
Leadership Salem class in here last week. One of their best groups ever. Counselors Clausen, Benars, the mayor, and myself entertained and did a mock council meeting and allowed 26 people to provide testimony, and it was giving them good experience at the podiums as well as being able to research some important topics, of which a couple of those are on our agenda this evening. Number 3, Liz Radon was coordinator for the North Salem Watershed Council for many, many years, has accepted a position with OWEB, and so she is no longer going to be associated with the group in that respect, because she'll be the one that approves grants. But I just want to recognize her for the many years that she put in on that, and we'll be looking for a new coordinator. They're actually giving her a little bit of a celebration for a couple hours tonight down at Gilgamesh. So if we get done with your items early, feel free to run down there and say hi to her over a pint. And then lastly, every Thursday night down at Broadway Commons, there's a group of people that weave the plastic bags that nobody wants, and I put a flyer on everyone's desk. So basically, you can write it off. They're connected up with Northwest Human Services. You can give them your bags. It's the Salem Sleeping Bag Project, and they weave plastic shopping bags into mats, and then mats into sleeping bags, and they're waterproof, they're insulative. Save all your bags and give them to these people. You can find them a couple of different ways. thesleepingbagproject.org on the World Wide Web. Dana Canning at 971-239-5017, or dkcanning65@hotmail.com as well. Just a wonderful service they provide for the needy in town, and I thought I would share that with you.
I'm glad you did.
They were in the
Thank
Statesman
you.
Journal on February 23rd as well.
All right. Good news. Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. Other counselors with comment? All right. We will move along. We have ceremonial presentations this evening. We actually have several of them. And I'm going to ask the first group to please come down to the podium, the Alliance for Community Trees Volunteer Recognition Award. And we have not rehearsed this, so everyone please bear with us just a bit while we kind of get ourselves organized
Are
here.
you singing?
No, no, Brad, no singing.
There you
All right, who's here? Shannon, hello, how are you? Good to see you as well. All right, I'm going to read the proclamation and then you're going to speak. All right, you will introduce everyone, if you will. Okay, so this ceremonial presentation has to do with the Alliance for Community Trees Volunteer Recognition Award, which we are presenting to the Southeast Salem Neighborhood Association. And so attending and receiving this certificate this evening is Shannon Preem. Am I saying that right? Shannon Preem. And she is the vice chair. Are you the vice chair or the chair? You're the vice chair of Cessna. And also Nancy Muncy is here. Janice. Oh, all right. Thank you. We've got that fixed. Okay. So what I'm going to do is to describe the project. The Southeast Salem Neighborhood Association receives the Volunteer of the Year Award for Alliance for Community Trees. The Southeast Salem Neighborhood Association, known as Cessna, has received recognition from the national nonprofit Alliance for Community Trees. The awards for neighborhood outreach, volunteer recruitment, and tree plantings in the Cessna neighborhood. As part of their outreach, the group developed a tree booklet with color photos and descriptions of trees offered, as well as information about best locations for the individual trees. This honor recognizes volunteers who model the ideals of stewardship, giving, professionalism, and leadership. These volunteer efforts have made a significant contribution to urban forestry, improving community trees and their neighborhoods. ACT REES supports the needs of communities, nonprofits, businesses, and others engaged in urban and community tree planting, care, conservation, and education. This is a quote: "Volunteers are at the heart of local tree nonprofits, providing the resources and the energy that make tree planting and care possible," says Carrie Gallagher of the ACT Trees Executive Director position. So again, thank you this evening for being here. Thank you for all the work that you've been doing to really improve the tree canopy and to improve the Cessna neighborhood. Now I'm going to see if you have something to say.
Thank you, Anna. I also wanted to make sure that everybody knew how invaluable your urban forester is, Jan Stazuski. Oh, he was amazing with the kids. We had kids from Hands On, shivering in the cold, but wonderfully planting these trees and actually adorning them with rocks and things. And I drove around and they're blooming now. So you can tell the trees that we planted, there's little placards and they're alive. So thanks to Jan. And Ken is also from our board. So we had a wonderful opportunity to canvass the neighborhood and offer things for free. Would you like a tree for free? Thanks to the city. So the deal was we would plant it and the city would provide the tree. It was great.
Wonderful, wonderful. And this is the certificate they are receiving. They will typically hang that, I don't know, in their kitchen. In their garden sheds. You'll rotate it. All right. Thank you very much, every one of you. Thank you so much. I have another award to present, and this is to a lady named Linda Peterson, not a relative of mine, but actually I kind of wish she was, because what she has done is pretty significant, and that would actually spruce up my family tree. So come down here and let me read this to you. Peter Fernandez, our city public works director, nominated Linda Peterson, and she has received an award from the Oregon Community Trees for her outstanding individual contribution to community forestry in Salem, Oregon. Community Trees annually honors outstanding individuals and organizations for their leadership and accomplishments in advancing urban and community forest projects and activities in the state of Oregon. The OCT Award recognizes powerful examples of inspirational individuals and organizations engaging citizens, promoting tree planting and quality tree care, raising awareness and knowledge about Oregon's trees and forests, and protecting Oregon's urban and community forests to improve the quality of life in towns and cities all across our state. So it's really my honor to recognize you and to award you to be a part of this award that you're receiving. We have a lovely plaque for you this evening. All right. And the wood bowl is made from urban recycled wood. Who made the bowl?
It's a local artist, Jake Rockwood here in Salem.
Wonderful. Well, we have talent that we didn't even know about. That's lovely. That's lovely. All right. Thank you. Now, do you have remarks, or does someone have?
Well, I just wanted to say and thank Peter for nominating me for this award. I appreciate that. Jan Dachowski, our urban forester, for spurring me on when I sometimes don't get ready to give up on things. And also Patricia Farrell, another employee of Salem. And she's really helped us with getting. Where's Patricia?
Patricia.
Yay.
There,
Okay.
Patricia, don't be shy.
Yeah, she led a group. She led a group of us for 12 months to come up with plans for plant these trees, around the neighborhoods, and it was very helpful.
That's excellent.
Okay.
So pleased.
Would you like?
And this is Mr. Wells.
Yes,
Right?
yeah.
Alan Wells. Welcome.
Thank you. Linda, tonight, just to reiterate, we want to thank you for being a tireless advocate for trees of the city of Salem. You've served as a citizen stakeholder on the city's Community Forestry Advisory Committee. You've served on the Salem Shade Tree Advisory Committee, and you've served on numerous other voluntary committees, and we thank you.
Very much. Yes, this is a busy time of year for anyone involved in gardens or nurseries. Jan was busy all day Saturday at tree plantings at the Grant Community School and then at the dedication for the rhododendron garden in Bush's Pasture Park. So if you haven't seen that yet, be sure and go to take a look at that. We have one other ceremonial presentation this evening, the Salem Heritage All-Star Designation presentation. Welcome, and I'm introducing Ian Johnson? Yes. Indeed, yes, from the Salem Historic Landmarks Commission. Yes. And are you going to be making the statement and the award presentation?
I'll be introducing our visitors here with the city and
all right.
then going from there. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Ian Johnson. I'm representing the Salem Landmarks Commission. Tonight, the City of Salem will receive the Heritage All-Star Community Designation from the Oregon State Heritage Commission. The honor recognizes the collective and tireless work of individuals, nonprofit organizations, businesses, and local institutions to preserve, interpret, and share Salem's history and culture for the greater enrichment of the community. To all those organizations, we sincerely thank you. It's my pleasure to introduce first Mr. Eric Martin, who is from the Heritage Commission, and Roger Roper, who's the Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer for the state, and Kyle Janssen, who is the coordinator for the Heritage Commission.
Good evening. As a member of the Oregon Heritage Commission, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight to present the City of Salem with the Oregon Heritage All-Star Community Designation, and on behalf of the entire Oregon Heritage Commission to congratulate the city on its receipt of this designation. This is the highest designation that the state can bestow upon a community for its collective efforts to preserve and develop its heritage resources. These resources are important to communities. They anchor us to our past. They provide connections that serve important roles in maintaining our quality of life and the unique character of communities. And they can also serve an important role in achieving economic development goals. I was particularly pleased today to learn that the City of Salem has already begun to try to leverage this designation to further enhance and preserve its heritage resources. When I Googled Salem Heritage All-Star Community today, I saw that the city and various stakeholders have already begun meeting on ways that this designation can be put into practice. So on behalf of the Commission, we're very honored to give this designation, and we look forward to continuing to work with the city as it implements further plans to develop its heritage resources. And with that, I'll turn it over to Roger Roper, who's going to say a little bit more about how Salem earned this designation.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you. Pleased to be here again. Just to put a little perspective on this, this program, the Heritage All-Star Community Program, is a pretty new program. It just rolled out within the last year or two. We have only 3 cities in the state that have qualified for this designation, so Salem would be the 4th. But I have to tell you, Salem was sort of on our mind all the time we were creating this program because we didn't want it to be too difficult for a community to achieve this, but we didn't want it to be too easy either. You have to meet 15 out of the 20 performance criteria, and as we were putting those criteria together, we'd look at them and say, well, Salem can do that sitting down already. They without breaking a sweat, they can meet those. So we got to raise the bar a little more, and so you were really sort of a gauge for us in where to set the bar in this designation. And just a couple of other points I'd like to make specifically about Salem. You know, we're very much in appreciation of all the work you've done over the years in Heritage, but there are a few things in particular that I'd like to point out that were part of the reason you qualified for this designation. One of them has to do with the quality and the number of historical museums and archives you have here, with Deepwood and the Willamette Heritage Center and the library having such a fine photo collection that's got a very important online presence. Those are some of the things that we're looking for. You have an exemplary historic preservation program, and in recent years I think they've done a masterful job in not only the regulatory side of historic preservation, but also the incentive side, and the carrots are often more important than the sticks when it comes to getting good historic preservation. Some public education programs that are happening in Salem that are very admirable. The Sheep to Shawl program, The Willamette Heritage Center has been going for over 25 years. That's a pretty remarkable run. It's also important, we think, to recognize long-term businesses in the community, because part of the vitality of the community's heritage is its downtown and that commercial history as well. And having a program that the Willamette Heritage Center does that has an annual award recognition for those long-term businesses. Again, that's one of the criteria that we thought was important, that you met that very easily. So again, congratulations for the achievement. We look forward to working with you. This is not a one-time designation. We keep working with you, and every 5 years we conduct a program to review to make sure everything is still working. But our hope is that by meeting these requirements and getting people together, working together, that you'll reap benefits from the designation. This is something that Travel Oregon will be promoting as well, so we hope it'll provide a boost for your heritage tourism efforts. Again, congratulations. We have a couple of things to award you with. One are some signs, a couple of the signs with our logo on it that you can post wherever you deem necessary.
Very nice. Yeah, the gateways.
You'll get a PDF of that as well. You can use it on websites and whatever other promotional ways. And then a certificate for your desk or the city offices as well. So,
This is lovely. Oh, very nice.
thank you again.
I would like to recognize Kimberly Fitzgerald, who is trying to not be recognized, and she is the person on the City of Salem staff who works so diligently and really devotedly to our heritage projects and to the historical properties program. You truly do put your heart and soul into it, and I believe that that's why we can be designated as we are, and the fine staff that we have at the city that have worked so long on this project. I'm very pleased about it, because I know that this is going to be the type of recognition that's going to help us to really put Salem on the map, not only on the historical map, but on the tourism map, and that's an important aspect for our city as well. So these are wonderful designations for us. Okay. I believe now I have a proclamation, and it has to do with National Historic Preservation Month. And Ian Johnson, are you coming back? I have a proclamation to read. There you are. All right, here we are. Okay. I'm honored to read this proclamation and share it with our community. Whereas cultural and heritage tourism is an effective tool for revitalizing local economies, fostering neighborhood pride, and maintaining community character while enhancing community livability. And whereas the City of Salem's cultural and heritage organizations help to preserve the tangible aspects of our heritage which shape our community, and the contributions made by dedicated individuals provide experiences to help us celebrate the role of history in our lives. And whereas in recognition of the City of Salem's accomplishments, the community has earned the Heritage All-Star designation from the Oregon Heritage Commission, and in so doing acknowledged as attaining the highest level of achievement of any Heritage All-Star community to date. And whereas this designation recognizes the work and accomplishments of the City of Salem's cultural and heritage organizations and enables the community to receive additional technical support and assistance, including assistance with heritage tourism promotions through Travel Oregon and signage identifying Salem as an Oregon Heritage All-Star community. Now therefore, I, Anna Peterson, Mayor Salem, do with honor accept the Oregon Heritage All-Star designation from the Oregon Heritage Commission for the City of Salem, and do hereby proclaim that May 2013 is National Historic Preservation Month. I call upon the people of Salem to join their fellow citizens across the United States in recognizing and participating in this special observation. Thank you so very much. Thank you. And I'm just going to, out of curiosity, ask, Would everyone in the audience who has done anything with any of our historical or cultural organizations or partners in the Salem area, please stand up? Yeah, yeah. That's a pretty nice recognition, isn't it? That we truly are a collaborative community, and its participation in those types of events really do make a difference in our community. So thank you to all of you. All right, we're going to get right back to business here. Did I thoroughly mess up your desk? Not too badly. Okay. All right. It's not. Okay. We do have time this evening for public comment, and I wanted to indicate that this is a public comment for items other than our public hearings and our public deliberations. We have one person who has signed up, Carl Godwin. Is Carl Godwin here? Welcome. And you'll have 3 minutes. At the end of the 2 minutes, the amber light comes on, and then at the end of 3 minutes, the red light comes on.
Carl Goodwin. My address is 559 Eagle Feather Street, Northwest. Mayor and City Council members. I am the president of the Salem Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. I'd like to inform you tonight of our annual report for the Salem Park and Recreation Board. The advisory board has been in existence for 61 years, and which is a long time. And in your packet, you should have a copy of our annual report and the staff report. On behalf of myself and the board members, we look forward to working with the mayor and council members in their continued support for the development of city parks and their continued maintenance and upkeep. The Parks Master Plan draft is on the agenda tonight. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Board endorses the draft as presented and recommends its approval. The board unanimously passed the plan in our December meeting. The board has had members on the Master Plan Task Force Committee from the start. The Salem Parks and Recreation Advisory Board invites the mayor and council members to attend any of our meetings and give the board your views on the future of parks and recreation in the city of Salem. The board members thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your comments, and we appreciate you taking time to come this evening. Councilors, Councilor Dickey.
Well, I just want to thank you for coming down tonight and thank all of the board for all of that you guys do for our Salem parks. I mean, if you guys want to know an advisory board that has your back, these guys do. They are watching out for our parks. They are constantly looking for ways to improve our parks, working with volunteers. I mean, anything and everything. So I know you guys are a really dedicated group of volunteers. You persevered through our very long master plan process, which we'll talk about later tonight. So thank you very much to you and the entire board.
Thank you. Other councilors with questions or comments? All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming this evening. All right. Councilor Bennett, would you please introduce the consent calendar?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I move the consent calendar with the following poll. 3.3C, pulled by Mayor Peters.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor Bennett and seconded by Councilor, thank you, Nanke, to approve the consent calendar with the one pull of item 3.3C. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you. We will move now to public hearings, and we have two public hearings this evening. The first one we're going to do is the Comprehensive Park System Master Plan update. And we have several people who've signed up to speak this evening. And I believe we have a staff report from Mr. Keever.
Yes, we do. Thank you,
Welcome.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. First, the city recorder needs to introduce the public hearing. Sorry. Sorry, Keith.
The Salem City Council will now hold a public hearing to receive testimony regarding adoption of the Comprehensive Park System Master Plan update and related amendments to the Salem Area Comprehensive Plan and Salem Revised Code.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Keever, welcome.
Thank you. Keith Keever, Park Superintendent, City of Salem. I'm here to give you a brief presentation on our update to the Comprehensive Park System Master Plan. The last plan was completed in 1999. We had a significant amount of public involvement in this plan. As Carl mentioned, we had a task force made up of councilors, Parks Board members, and quite a few other members of the community. The public involvement culminated in endorsement by SPRAB in December of 2012 and a public hearing and recommendation by the Planning Commission on March 19th, 2013. So briefly, some summary of some of the changes that were made in the update to the plan. We have park classification attributes. Our park system is broken down by different park types, such as neighborhood, community, and large urban. Some of the changes that were made was changing the definition of large urban, taking away the size-based approach and looking at it more based on function of the park. So we've taken away the large from urban park. We also redefined community park service areas from what was 3 miles in the 99 plan to citywide. And then we made a couple changes to trail designations, and this helps us in grant funding and future opportunities. We made quite a few changes to park facilities. We define different facilities that are appropriate for the different park classifications. We made quite a few changes there, added a few facilities that didn't exist in 99. And level of service, looks like my, level of service is a planning basis for park acreage, and it's based on a number of acres per 1,000 residents in Salem. So as the population grows, that level of service ideally stays constant. So the 99 plan identified a total level of service, plan goal level of service of 8 acres per 1,000, and that includes neighborhood, community, and large urban parks. That was the plan goal. Where we actually are as of today, of developed parks in the city, we're at 3.8 acres per 1,000 total. That's a little less than half our planning goal. And then if you count all of our undeveloped parks, that totals 5.21 acres. So as you can see, we have quite a long way to go to meet that planning goal. This new update that we have before you tonight recommends a new level of service goal of 7 acres per 1,000, broken down as you can see there. And we did an assessment of the city, where the needs are, how many parks we actually need, and arrived at this decision after that careful analysis. Some of the examples of those analyses we did, this was a whole new plan that we had. We added a recreation facility service level. And as an example, if you look at the top line of this chart, we currently have 4 ball fields in the city that are city-owned and operated. We developed a planning goal of 1 per 20,000 residents, which means today we need 4 additional fields. And by the end of the planning goal, or the planning horizon for this plan, we need an additional 6 for a total of 10. So if you look down the chart, you can see we developed those for all the different facilities that we have. Another thing we looked at is all of the red and blue areas on this map represent areas of Salem that are served by a neighborhood park. The areas in yellow are residential areas of Salem that are not served by a neighborhood park. So as we did our assessment, we looked at that closely and determined where we needed new parks. We also developed a soccer, or a recreation facility map, and we did this for all the different field or sports facilities such as soccer, baseball, softball. If you look at the chart, the triangles in red are city-owned facilities. The triangles in blue are school district-owned facilities. And there's a few gold ones up there, and those are all the other providers in the city that provide those support facilities. And we look at all of those when we do our planning criteria. So we develop these for all the different facility types. We also updated our policies. This include redefining some existing. We removed some outdated policies that didn't make sense anymore. And then we added some new areas, which includes pre-development and urban tree canopy goals. We updated our priorities, and that includes developing all the undeveloped park properties, renovated and maintain our existing facilities, acquire and develop parks for future and current or future needs, and develop parks to meet these facility needs that we established. Proposed park list. This is some of the criteria we used in identifying our future park needs, and I talked about those a little bit already. This is a map of our plan goal. The stars you see up there in red are proposed neighborhood park areas, and I want to emphasize these are just general areas we need. We haven't really identified specific sites as of yet. The areas shown in gold are community park needs, and blue are urban park needs. We also developed a trail system plan. This includes all of the trails that were included on the 99 plan with additions based on new planning needs. The lines shown in purple represent existing trails. The ones in blue and dashed represent those that we're still hoping to achieve. Current funding sources for operations and maintenance in parks includes general fund, transient occupancy tax, and gas tax. We also get some revenue from program and user fees, and we use a wealth of volunteers and other labor resources in order to maintain our parks. On the capital side, we use system development charges, grants, matches from other city departments, and donations in order to do new development or renovation of existing. Potential funding sources include a general obligation bond, local option levy, park service fee, and various others. We also, as a result of this master plan update, needed to make some changes to the Salem Area Comprehensive Plan, of which this is a portion. And that included just some edits, such as removing the term large from urban parks, removing some designation of an agreement with the school district, which didn't really apply. We never really did that, and we would work with the school district anyway. It's nothing we needed to create an IGA for. And then just some other editing changes. Chapter 230 changed from Chapter 56, and just redefined what historic buildings meant. And then the last area that was changed we're just redefining those service level changes that are being proposed. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. We will have questions of staff after we have the actual testimony from people who've signed up. And I will begin that list. We do have 2 microphones. I encourage people to kind of prepare yourself and get to one or the other of the microphones. I'll call you 2 at a time. Dolores Milzarki. I'm probably not saying that correctly, so please correct me. And John Prodowski. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. My name is Dolores Molnarczyk, and I'm in Ward 8. Developing Developing natural play areas costs less and have high benefits. The budget presented in the plan for development of parks are so high, they paralyze the public into inaction. Saying it takes $1 million to develop a neighborhood park creates a negative view of volunteers willing to participate in the community. When the community survey was conducted, no one was dissatisfied with the condition of lawns at parks and that we needed to irrigate more parks. Irrigation is expensive to install, maintain, and water is valuable and not to be used in this manner. It then requires more mowing of the parks and maintenance of the mowing equipment. We should be focusing our time and money on developing natural play areas. Natural play areas include planting native shrubs, flowers, and trees. Some recent studies have shown that natural play areas are more beneficial for children and inspire more play than artificial playgrounds. Natural play areas can be designated and constructed by volunteers. Wonderful parks could be created by coordinating the reimbursement work of developers with volunteer efforts. Volunteers want to build a natural play areas that include amenities such as small hills, logs, boulders, and small and soft paths, and not a playground made of plastic playgrounds, irrigation, and concrete. The BPA Corridor Trail. The BPA Corridor Trail is a publicly owned, and most of it is, oh.
No, you're fine.
Oh, okay.
You're fine.
Sorry.
All right.
The BPA corridor is publicly owned, and most of it is currently open for public use. It runs from the substation on Highway 22 to North City limits at Michigan Avenue. The public says their highest priority for development is trails, and one of the other higher priorities is developing more connectivity with neighborhoods between parks. The BPA Corridor Trail could become West Salem's signature trail and connect the entire area from north to south. It runs near elementary, middle, and high schools. It is an adjunct and very near several parks. It has great views. The corridor development would require coordination with Polk County because some of the trail is outside the UGB. This trail deserves to be on the high priority list. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions by counselors? All right, thank you for coming. We appreciate your testimony. John Pronoski and Evan White will follow him.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name's John Prohodsky. I live on West Nob Hill Street at 1975. I appreciate the work that's gone into the parks plan. It shows the city's and hopefully the council's dedication to improving the quality of life of Salem. What you're doing with Riverfront Park and the bridge to go to Meadow is great. You need to do more of it. However, there's the issue of funding. The parks are funded by the CIP, and it currently implements the 1999 Parks Plan. It needs to be updated and refined to reflect opportunities such as volunteer work, taking credit for volunteer work. It takes $150,000 worth of funds per year, and volunteer work will leverage it, giving preference to developers that partner with local volunteer groups to complete park improvements. Everybody's looking for a good return on their money. That's a great way to do it and create a sense of ownership, which I think is very important. And it's a catalyst. You get something going, and hopefully it's contagious. There's $150,000 of unspecified funds, which can be used in the parks improvements. And for instance, these funds identify Lone Oak Park and West Salem USA's as examples of lands to purchase. But if they're already owned by the city, why make them a high priority for purchase? If the intent is to move funds from underfunded parks budget to the self-supporting and much larger water and sewer budgets, it doesn't make sense. Parks drive quality of life. Parks are attractive. I think that's very important. And well, for instance, you need to look at opportunities to enter into agreements with other agencies to leverage. For instance, how about working with, making things, my tongue's getting twisted, pardon me, such as State Fair, Marion, Polk County's ODOT, Department of Corrections, and State's Hospital, to leverage their lands. There's an opportunity to leverage. We should do it. Money not spent is money that would be invested and leveraged elsewhere. Funds allocated to undetermined pre-development could again be leveraged by prioritizing projects that include volunteers and helping organize the volunteers to complete projects in undeveloped parks or areas lacking parks. Improves the attractiveness of the city. And we should credit the efforts of volunteer funds. Volunteer efforts do have a value, and if they can be used for matching grants, by all means, they should. And then SCAN has a trail priority. I'm a member of SCAN, and the gravel road along the east side of Willamette Slough is currently used by hundreds of people and should be developed as a trail.
Excuse me, I am going to have to interrupt. Your time is up. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Councilors, are there any questions? All right. Thank you so much. Evan White and then Scott Bassett.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councilors. My name is Evan White, and I live in Ward 7 in the Sunny Slope neighborhood. We have a small neighborhood park, Sunny Slope Park, with new playground equipment installed last summer by volunteers with supervision by city park staff, and I really feel sorry that I can't remember the names of the 3 men who oversaw our work because they were absolutely fantastic. My personal contribution was to haul bags of cement from the truck to the mixer. I was pretty tired at the end of the day. The budget for parks has been reduced year after year, and there seems to be little potential for an increase in park budgets from the city's general fund. Systems development charges have decreased because they come from new construction. These funds may take years to return to previous levels. The city seems to be reluctant to try for new parks bonds because it has higher priorities, such as funding a proposed new bridge. How long will it be before the city is willing to go to the voters for a parks bond, and what will happen if a levy for parks fails as it did in 2002? The master plan does a great job of describing adequate and desirable levels of budget and staffing for parks, which contribute so much to our quality of life here in Salem. But realistically, I think we have to acknowledge that parks may not see any increase in funding for many years. The plan lists Tier 1 projects for the next 10 years, such as Secor Park in my neighborhood, but the list assumes passage of a $50 million bond. We need a Plan B. If a bond measure does not pass, then what are our priorities and how do we get there? Our strategy should be to try to get increased donations, but the plan does not describe ways in which the city could go about getting these donations, and we need a strategy for getting there. Another strategy would be to increase the use of volunteer labor. The plan does acknowledge the value of volunteers, but it should go further to describe a program for mobilizing the thousands of people who are willing to work on parks. Many of the amenities identified for pre-development levels for parks, neighborhood parks, and community parks can be provided by volunteers. I think the Parks Department does a fabulous job with limited resources, but low budgets require new approaches to doing business. Thank you, Council, for your service to our city, and thanks for listening.
Thanks very much, Mr. White. We appreciate your coming and your testimony. Are there questions by councilors? Councilor Dickey.
Thanks for coming down, Evan. I just wanted to, I don't know if this will make you feel any better or not, but actually the task force was actually the Salem Parks and Recreation Master Plan and Revenue Task Force. And so this is the first part, this is the master plan part, so we are planning on tackling that revenue piece.
Thank you.
Yes. Other questions by councilors? All right, thank you very much. Mr. Bassett, and followed by him, Mark Wigg.
Yes, Mayor and City Council members, my name is Scott Bassett and I live in Ward 4. I'm going to talk about river crossings that link West Salem to parks on both sides of the river. You have utility lines out there now that eventually are going to need to be replaced, and they provide a great opportunity to get across the river, specifically at Sunset Avenue Park in Kaiser. There's a 36-inch water line that West Salem is very glad to have that water coming from our side of the river. And it was built in 1972. And when that water line is replaced, it would be nice to have it in a master plan that instead of them drilling underneath the river again, that it would be a trail. And so if you look at the urban growth boundaries on both ends of the Willamette River, right now, and Keith Keever's map did not show it, but currently in the approved master plan, it includes a trail that has been deleted in the proposed master plan. So on the same night that you are considering adding a freeway bridge, a highway bridge, you are deleting a pedestrian bridge, and this would be moving backwards on Earth Day. There is now that approved trail at the urban growth boundary linking West Salem to Minto Brown Park. And that route could make Minto Brown Island Park a local park for West Salem. But not just that bridge would help. There are two crossings of utility lines that would connect Kaiser Rapids Park and also that River Bend. River Bend Road is a beautiful rural road, and it has connections to utility lines that both follow the sewer line across to Kaiser Rapids Park, and they also follow that water line across to Sunset Avenue Park. Salem Electric has expressed interest in supporting a crossing because not only would it give them redundancy in power line crossing the river, but it would provide a service to the owner members of Salem Electric who are on both sides of the river adjacent to Sunset Bend Park. If the third bridge was ever constructed, Wallace Marine Park would be like picnicking at Cascade Gateway Park, but without the sound wall. Neither of the bridge alternatives, or none of the bridge alternatives, have a sound wall on the east end of Marine Drive, so there would be no noise protection from the ball fields or any of the rest of the park. Pioneer Village gets a sound wall, but that would just make it a 14-foot barrier to get from West Salem into Wallace Marine Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of Mr. Bassett? All right, thanks for coming down. We appreciate your testimony. Mark Wigg, followed by Cindy Kolpovich, and then Les Margosian.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm Mark Wigg. I live at 1950 Saginaw Street. And I think the Parks Department does a great job for a very limited amount of money. And I work with a lot of people in the Parks Department, and they're a great staff. You should be proud of the Parks Department that you have. The thing that I saw that was needed in the Parks Master Plan was a change in definition, a little broadening of the definition of community garden to encourage the planting of low-maintenance fruit trees such as plums and other edible landscaping such as strawberry ground covers, kiwis, mulberries, huckleberries, and blueberries. I think most people, or probably a good portion of the people here, already use the parks and are out there picking blackberries during blackberry season. It's a very popular activity. I know that in Fairmont Park, where I live, we have a kind of a wild plum orchard, and a lot of people go down there and harvest the plums. And I see that we have an opportunity in Salem Parks when they're doing landscape design to actually do permaculture landscaping where you do low maintenance food producing things instead of just ornamental trees and shrubs. And Oregon has some of the highest hunger rates in the nation. About 20% of the people in Oregon are on food stamps right now. It's hard to get fresh food out of food banks, and this would be an opportunity for people to enjoy their parks and also to get some food out of the parks. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. Just to kind of back up what you're saying, you actually walked the walk. I had some nettle stuffed dumplings or buns or something that you made that were very surprisingly good. So I know you're out there gathering stuff. And it was an unusual flavor. It was very good.
I hope it was okay to harvest nettles from Wallace Marine Park. If you guys don't mind, it's, stinging nettles. You do need to have gloves when you're harvesting them, but
sure.
But they are really good, and they're an early crop. They come in February. They're very nutritious. You use them like spinach after you cook them.
Yes, after you. A lot of fiber. Thank you very much. We even have a little cooking advice here tonight. This is quite the hearing. Cindy Kopovich, followed by, and then Les Margosian. Where's Les? There he is.
Hi,
Welcome.
my name is Cindy Kopovich. I live at 645 Mule Deer Street Northwest, and some people have already mentioned a little bit about trails, and I just wanted to speak a little bit more about trails in the parks. And actually in the draft master plan, 62% of respondents said that they use paths and trails, and 59% said that more are needed. And so I just wanted to kind of back up what people already said about trails, that they're very popular in Salem, and they also can be very inexpensive to build and maintain, which is a real plus. We've already talked a little bit about, budget with the parks. And many trails have actually been constructed by volunteers for only a few $100s. And examples of these are Fairmont Park, Skyline Park, and Croissant Trails. And also the city has spent very little money even to maintain these trails. So just a real plug for that when budgets are tight. And also, the plan did overlook some trail opportunities, and I just wanted to mention some of these. There's a gravel road along the east side of the Willamette Slough, and it's already being used, and a new grade separated connections could be created under the railroad trestle behind Woodry's Furniture and extend the path to Riverfront Park on the east side of the slough. There's also an abandoned railroad on the west side of the Willamette River, and portions of this abandoned railroad are in the city. This rail to trail could be 3 miles long and has wonderful recreational and wildlife habitat opportunities, so that's pretty exciting. The BPA corridor and lands west of the power lines that are owned by Salem Health, these could be used. Salem Health is actually willing to give about 14 acres of land to the city, and the lands are outside the city but are a critical link between Highway 22 and the residential developments in West Salem. And so, anyway, there's a few others, but I see that I'm running out of time. There's Mill Creek Industrial Park that has a plan for a trail, and then Hillcrest Youth Facility owns land along Reed Lane that could be used as a trail in a natural area. So thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I surely appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming and testifying. Councilors, are there any questions? All right. Appreciate your time here this evening. Les Margosian, followed by Richard Reed, and then Kurt Fisher.
Good evening. My name is Les Margosian, and my address is 700 Kingwood Drive, Northwest. That's Ward 8. I'd like to comment on the draft plan for Salem's parks, more specifically on Salem's existing recreation opportunities, which should be recognized and receive greater emphasis in the plan. The city should recognize the park and recreation opportunities provided by other governmental jurisdictions, especially the school district and state agencies, so recreational resources are better defined. This will help the city focus on the areas that really are in need of parks. An example being the families that live near Candelaria Elementary School most likely use school facilities for recreation. The schools are only open 185 days a year, and school days end by 3 p.m., so these playgrounds are available most of the time. To show the area as deficit in parks, as I believe the plan does, is misleading. While it may be a good idea to improve the undeveloped parks near Candelaria School, another complete set of expensive playground equipment should be a low priority. Excuse me. The Oregon State Fair has over 50 acres of land that is used only 2 weeks a year. The fairgrounds contain a BMX track for bikes and bocce ball courts. It also has large open areas for other activities. The plan does not acknowledge this recreation resource and places a high priority on creating 2 neighborhood parks in the immediate vicinity of the fairgrounds. Other lands open to the public and used for recreational purposes include the State Hospital along Center Street, the Capitol Mall, Audubon Nature Reserve, and the Fairview Wetlands. With funding limited, the plan should recognize the opportunities provided by others and prioritize needs accordingly. And I'd like to conclude my comments with a question to staff or anybody else who might know the answer. Several years ago, I was a member of the Budget Advisory Committee here, and plans were to develop the lands east of the penitentiary for softball fields. And I was just curious why that never came to being. Was it budgetary, or I think, Brad, you might have been there then. But that...
Gear Park.
Pardon?
There's a ball field there now. It's Gear Community Park.
Oh, they're there now.
There's plans for future expansion in here. Look under Gear Community Park and you'll see it. It's been there for about 5 years less.
Any other questions?
Other questions by councilors for Mr. Margosian? Well, thank you for coming, and thank you also for your previous service on the Budget Committee and I think many other committees in the community and the city. We appreciate that so much. Richard Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Richard
There you
Reed.
are. Hello, Richard.
Right here. And I live at 3242 Bluff Avenue South. And I want to talk about partnerships that could be developed between city parks and various entities. I know we got the quick overview of the Parks Master Plan. It's terrific, and all the work that's gone into it. There seems to be some opportunities that we might be able to take advantage of. And I think of these partnerships actually as bridges from the Parks Department to agencies and organizations around town. So you can imagine the Parks Department in the middle, and then a network of bridges that go out to various entities such as the schools and ODOT and Department of Corrections, the Oregon State Fairgrounds, and Union Pacific. Schools in Salem, as we already know, have developed and undeveloped lands throughout the city, and the city's already working with some of the school district on some parks. That effort could be expanded. We're lucky we have often matched school campuses with parks, but there can be more of that. For example, Leslie Middle School has a large area that's not mowed or used by classes right now, so these areas could be improved with plantings and trails to the benefit of the school and the neighborhood. Oregon Department of Transportation, as we know, owns parcels of underused lands around the city that could provide recreational opportunities. The stormwater basin between I-5 and Fisher Road could become a nature park. The areas under the Mission Street overpass and the Willamette River bridges could be used for skate parks or sport courts. ODOT has extensive holdings around the I-5 Highway 22 interchange that could be used for trails, again, throughout natural areas. The Highway 22 right-of-way east of Lancaster is wide enough to provide an adjacent path similar to the Salem Parkway multi-use path. Oregon Department of Corrections has over 1,100 acres of land in southeast Salem. Large portions of that could be used for parks, pretty much kept in their natural state, and hiking parks and hiking trails and running trails could go through there. Department of Corrections has expressed their interest in finding a partner that will manage their lands, and it could become a park as huge as Minter Brown. Oregon State Fairgrounds, we mentioned that a little bit. They're desperately needs some funds, and they may welcome having the city as a partner. Don't forget Salem Audubon Nature Reserve. It's located just a few blocks, actually, from the area identified on the parks plan for construction of a new neighborhood park. Salem Audubon Society would be interested in selling their lands to the city for use as neighborhood park, so there's another opportunity. And then don't forget the railroad right-of-way, the Union Pacific from Woodburn to Staten. It's likely to be abandoned soon. There's a trails to rail thing. And the railroad right-of-way in West Salem is partially within the city's UGB, and the city could work with state parks in Polk County, again, to submit a request to BPA funds to buy 3 miles of riverfront to preserve a wildlife habitat and to create a trail. So there's plenty of opportunities there. It might save some money.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reed. Are there questions from councilors? We appreciate you coming. Thank you. Kurt Fisher, followed by Carl Godwin, and then Elizabeth Potter.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Kurt Fisher. I'm at 680 LaFell Street Southeast in Salem, and I'm representing the SCAN Neighborhood Association tonight as the Land Use Chair. So we've taken a look at the latest draft, and we've prepared the following comments. We concur with the need for planning, operations, and maintenance staff identified on pages 62 and 63. Insufficient resources exist for planning, design, research, operations, and maintenance. We need more attention to historical features within the existing parks and open space that is needed beyond historic areas. The absence of a strategic assessment and identification of historical assets throughout the system results in lost opportunities for state and federal funding that could enhance tourism and the economic base of our city. A number of areas in our neighborhood and throughout the city are important to the legacy of Elizabeth Lord and Edith Shriver, who have received regional and national recognition for their work, including Bush Park, Deepwood Estate, Pringle Park, Marion Park, Englewood, and Highland. The full scope of Oregon statewide land use planning Goal 5 should have been applied. Goal 5 assets are crucial to the city's tourism and economic base. We concur with the recommendation of Jeff McNamee of Salem Area Trails Alliance that dedicated bike facilities such as dirt parks, pump tracks, and mountain bike skills courses should be included in the plan. Dedicated facilities combined with well-connected trails and safe bikeways encourage multimodal transportation and support the economic base of our city. The plan needs to acknowledge the constrained financial conditions that the city faces and plan accordingly by focusing on cost-effective improvements and prioritize projects that are feasible in the near term with existing resources. And you've heard extensive testimony on how we can partner with other organizations in the city and other entities around the city to do that. The plan should prioritize innovative design concepts of sustainable and lower maintenance landscaping, species habitat enhancement, and long-lived perennial plantings that need less active management and less watering. These concepts have been used in Chicago's Millennium Park and New York City's Highline Park. These practices can save on irrigation costs, and the irrigation system that was recently installed in Fairmont Park was something that our neighborhood association voted down, and any cost savings that we can achieve by avoiding unnecessary expenditures like that, we should do that. We should review our policies regarding edible landscapes, and you heard a lot of that. You heard a lot of testimony from Mark Wigg, who's also on our land use committee, regarding that. And I'll make a plug for Salem Harvest, who is another local organization that started in our neighborhood by a woman who lives right around the corner from me. And that's a organization that we can partner with to alleviate the hunger issues And I'll make a few comments about volunteers because we've been putting a lot of volunteer work into both Fairmont Park and the restoration of the Clark Creek watershed near South Salem High School. We've mobilized well over 70 volunteers to improve those areas. And I want to call out local legend Sophia Schwartz, who has logged over 7,000 hours of volunteer time in our parks, who's received national recognition from President Barack Obama. And you can see her often clearing thickets of blackberries from behind McCullough Stadium there in Busch Park. And finally, we are concerned about the future of Wallace Marine Park and the impacts to it from the latest Third Bridge proposals. This is a crown jewel of our park system and an important driver of economic activity in our region, especially as it relates to improving the livability of our downtown and close-in neighborhoods such as ours. And we are opposed to any expansion of Marine Drive beyond that, which is already included in the TSP, and it doesn't matter to us whether it's a viaduct freeway or a surface level parkway that's now being proposed. So thanks for the plan, and thanks for all your continuing efforts to improve and enhance the livability of our city. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Councilors, are there any questions? Appreciate you coming. Thank you. Carl Goodwin.
Yes, I'm Carl Goodwin, live at 559 Eagle Feather Street, Northwest. Anyways, I have been on the task force from its inception many years ago. And we've struggled with a lot of the questions that have come up tonight. And also, also what I'd like to do is let you know that some of the items that have come up, the Salem Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee have on their, for their plan, 2013 plans and goals, such as cultivate additional private, public-private partnerships that for building and maintaining parks. Explore resource development options and make recommendations to City Council to address city needs to support capital renovations and development, adequately equip park facilities, and fund ongoing park maintenance and recreation programs. Another one is explore the issues associated with improved involvement of citizens in maintaining parks. Explore working with neighborhood association park chairs to build volunteer efforts. And explore opportunities to improve citizen awareness and usage of the park system. Those are just some of our plans and goals. And I would encourage anybody here to attend our public meetings. They're held the second Thursday of every month at 5:30 p.m. in the afternoon in room 325 here at City Hall. And that's where you can, because we're sitting there and we don't get a lot of public involvement, and that would help us to pass the things on. That's all I had to say.
Thank you very much. And that is an important point, that everyone can participate in one way and another, and we have several opportunities. So thank you. Councilors, any questions or comments? We appreciate your service also on that task force. Thank you so much. All right, Elizabeth Potter. Welcome, Mrs. Potter. Always a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, Mayor Peterson, and ladies and gentlemen of the council. I am Elizabeth Potter, 2655 Schofield Avenue South, representing the Friends of Pioneer Cemetery. With regard to the Comprehensive Park System Master Plan update as presented, I want to express my support and that of my organization of language in the plan affecting our public-private partnership. We are very glad to see clarifying language that distinguishes the historic and cultural properties under the city's care from traditional parks within the overall array of the system holdings. At this juncture, when the City of Salem has been recognized by the State of Oregon Heritage Commission as a Heritage All-Star Community, the fact that historical properties within the park system are identified in the master plan and highlighted there is both welcome and appropriate. The many community volunteers who actively support the city in maintaining and presenting historical properties to the public, we are really energized by such recognition. We look forward to working collaboratively to promote the city's cultural assets for heritage tourism and education. I'd like to end with a word of praise for the city's hardworking, dedicated employees who staff day-to-day parks operations and those in other divisions and departments with whom they regularly cooperate. The city workforce is very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilors, are there questions or comments? Again, we appreciate so much your diligence and your service to the city. Always a pleasure to see you. Thank you. All right, that concludes the testimony. Was there anyone else in the chambers that had wanted to sign up for testimony regarding the Parks Master Plan and was not able to do so? Okay, then we will, Mr. Knecht, yes.
My name is Mark Knick, and I'm on the Northgate Neighborhood Association Board, and we have made a substantial improvement in that Northgate Park over there after that young gentleman was shot a few years ago. One thing I would like to see over there in that area, I'd like to see an improvement to the basketball court over there. We've been trying to do that. Alex been trying to work with that, but he's doing some other things now. And then I would like to see some public restrooms in that area in the future.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We'll take those comments under advisement. We certainly are very impressed with the turnaround in that park, the tremendous work that's been done, and the memory garden, just tremendous assets there. Thank you very much. We now will return to our staff. Mr. Keever, I believe, is still here. Yes. Do we have questions of staff regarding the Parks Master Plan presentation this evening? Councilors, Councilor Clausen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Keever, on the maps with regards to the service areas around town of the existing parks, do we take into account some of the adjoining jurisdictions? Some of the testimony had a good point, you know, Marion County Parks, things along those lines, for their service that might spill over?
Yes, we do. One example of that, the state fairgrounds were identified, and we do have a couple of neighborhood parks identified for that area. But part of our planning criteria is that if a street is designated a major arterial, we consider that a barrier. So like kids aren't going to get from their house to the park if they have to cross a major street, say Lancaster or some of those. So part of the reason we have so many stars identified in the northeast corner of the city is because of all those barriers. You know, I-5, the major east and west and north-south corridors, we consider barriers. So that was one of the reasons for that. We do take into account school properties. We take into account other providers when we look at the overall picture of providing park facilities to the public. One issue with schools in particular is the issue of the schools are generally off limits to the public, and so in our planning criteria, in a park like, or in a facility like that we have no control over how that property is managed or accessed, we don't count it as meeting the level of service for that specific area. We do have some park sites that are adjacent to schools, but by their configuration allow for multiple uses, so somebody can go use the park while school is in section. We count those, and if we can have a relationship with the school district on a given site where we can sustain that that type of use, then we would go in with the school district, and we have done that for years and years. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, other questions? Seeing, no, I'm sorry, counselors question the staff at this point, sorry. All right, any other questions or comments by counselors? All right, then we will close this public hearing. And Counselor Bennett, would you like to introduce a motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Counselor Dickey?
I move the staff recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved by Counselor Bennett and seconded by Counselor Dickey to move the staff recommendation. Is there discussion? Counselor Dickey.
Yeah, before we vote on this, I did want to take a moment to thank everyone who has worked on this for a very long time. As Mr. Goodwin had actually said, he's been here since the very beginning, and ironically, the effort to update this master plan has gone on about as long as the bridge effort has gone on, about 6 years, and it had a couple starts and stops for various reasons, and so it's been a long time to get here. So I'm very happy that we've been able to get to this point, and I do want to thank those people who were with us at the very beginning, who for various reasons haven't been able to stick with the task force as we have reorganized over time. So if anyone in here or anyone watching, if you were involved in that, thank you very much for being involved in those efforts, because that kind of laid the groundwork for what we're doing tonight. And I would like to thank city staff, Mark Bechtel, Keith Keever, Tony Whitler, for all of their work on this, as well as our consultant, Tracy Johnson. I want to thank the task force who worked on this, because it's been about 2.5 years. Not regular meetings, and so a little bit, sometimes we would meet fairly often, and other times there would be gaps, and so I know it was a little bit hard to kind of keep track of when we were meeting, so appreciate their patience to continue to give input and work on this project. And then just the other thing I did want to mention, because we get a lot of comments about volunteers, and I do want to acknowledge all of our parks volunteers. In 2011, 2012, actually we had 60,472 hours of volunteer time logged in our Salem parks. And in addition to that, 126,748 supplemental hours of supplemental work, which would include things like court-ordered community service. That includes inmate labor, some things like that. And so all of that was at no charge to the city except for a nominal cost for some of the inmate labor. So in total, that equated to about 90 full-time employees for the city of Salem. So that's pretty significant. And so I just want to acknowledge that we have a lot of parks volunteers. I know there's always there's always more that can be done, but we do have a lot of people out there on the ground working, as well as groups such as the Salem Parks Foundation, who's actively raising money for our parks. We have the Friends of Two Bridges. We've got other groups out there that are donating their time and resources as well that aren't included in these numbers. So just thank you to everyone who's had a hand in this, and there's more opportunities in the future. So if you haven't had an opportunity to, I'm sure we can find something for you.
Excellent. And I want to take a moment and say a really sincere thank you to Counselor Diana Dickey, who served on that task force from the beginning. And you can just tell from her attention to the detail of numbers and figures and people and process that she really was intimately involved with the entire process. And I really appreciate that. Nothing happens in this city without people working together and pulling together, and that task force is a classic example of that. I believe also Councillor Tessler was on that task force. She's not able to be with us tonight, but again, the councillors spend a tremendous amount of time on special projects and special task forces that aren't even apparent really in the community, but believe me, we would not be able to do what we do without that. So thank you, Diana, for all that service. Appreciate that. Other comments? Councillor Nanki.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Having sat on that task force as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I would have known that I'd foul up, right?
Fantastic group, a really excellent group of citizens. We're able to look at, if we wanted a 100% comprehensive Parks Master Plan, we would be planning forever.
Right.
You can deal with opportunities as they come. I think we did a real good job of balancing what was there. They were able to understand the impact on acres per thousand against SDCs, against what the city actually has to match that piece, to keep the building industry balanced with what the city can do. Trails were a new addition to it, and there was a lot of good questions. I think we came up with a wonderful product that we can still, if something new comes up again and there's more partnership opportunities, and council has the ability to add and modify to that anytime. So,
thank you. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Dickey.
Wanted to add one more thing. I just want to thank the people who came down and testified tonight. A lot of good ideas and issues raised, and if they're not in this book, that doesn't mean that they're going to go away. I think we've all kind of heard some pretty interesting ideas and things that we may be able to incorporate into our parks in the future. I know when a neighborhood gets a park, a lot of times the neighborhood association is very involved in that, and so those are some of the things that a neighborhood association could take and say, we want edible landscape or something in our park. So thank you for sharing your ideas.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Nanki, for your service on that task force. I
Thank
really
you.
do. And I know that you serve on many task forces and you've been a diligent councillor, and I didn't mean to slight
not a
you.
problem at all. I just like to say I really like the idea of natural play areas. My best friend when I was growing up was a big dirt hill. Since they won't let us have metal monkey bars anymore to teach kids what not to do, I think natural landscape, you can use them for forts and running. We don't run enough anymore. All our kids are stuck in the house running with their thumbs. So it's always good to get them out of the house and out having fun in nature.
Absolutely.
And out of mother's hair.
Yes. All right. Are we ready for the question? I think we are. All those in favor of the motion signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We're going to now take a brief break. You may exit, you may stand up and stretch, you may reassign yourselves to other seats if you like, and we'll try to get back in about 10 minutes. You to put the sign away. So with that, we will. All right, this is continued, so we don't have to have it introduced, but I'm wondering if Councillor Bennett is going to be with us in a moment. I think we can get. Councilor Clem, did you have are you going to open with a motion? All right, I'll call on you then, please.
And as soon as Councilor Bennett shows up, we all say, "Hi, Chuck."
We'll say, all right. Councilor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we take testimony tonight and extend that through the May 13th, and then close the public hearing on May 13th.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilor Clem and seconded by Councilor Benars to continue the hearing this evening and then continue it until May 13th. Is there just...
Hi, Chuck. Hi, Chuck. Hey, Chuck.
I'm so sorry, Chuck. I'm sorry. Councilor Bennett, we owe you an apology. Come on, everybody. All right.
Or we should at least tell them what motion's on the floor.
Well, maybe. Councilor Clem has moved and Councilor Benars has seconded that we continue the hearing this evening and then beyond this evening to May 13th. And I would ask if there's any discussion on that motion. Councilor Clausen.
Thank you. I'm not sure who the question is for, perhaps the city attorney, but how does it work with the testimony that's received tonight? I'm assuming that people have one chance to testify on this public hearing from this point forward, so if they testify tonight, they can't on the next meeting?
I believe that's the presiding officer's intent.
Okay.
That's right. Actually, I was going to say that, so thank you.
All right.
Yes. Individuals who wish to testify this evening may do so. However, if you do, you would not be able to testify at the next hearing. Although if you want to wait, then you would be able to testify at the May 13th hearing. The other thing I would throw out there is that this evening, because we have so many people who've signed up to testify, that if someone ahead of you has already offered a point or made a suggestion, perhaps if you don't simply repeat what's already been said, because we will probably be here for about 2 hours and maybe more. So perhaps everyone can sort of help us to save as much time as we can. Now, at least 2 hours of testimony, all right? Yes, Councilor Benars.
So what about written testimony? Is that kept open as well?
Okay. As well. Right, all right. Okay. There's a motion on the floor. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying yes. Yes. Yes, or aye. All right, aye. And nay? Motion passes. Thank you. And we have staff presentation. Julie Warnicki is here. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Julie Warnicki. I'm the Transportation Planning Manager with the Public Works Department. My presentation this evening is organized around 3 themes. First, what progress have we made as a community to address crossing the Willamette River in our region? Second, what is the purpose of tonight's public hearing? And finally, where do we go from here? I want to start by taking a step back to some previous planning efforts that formed the basis for the Salem River Crossing project. The Willamette River Crossing Capacity Study was undertaken by the Salem-Keizer Metropolitan Planning Organization together with its member jurisdictions in the mid-1990s. This study analyzed 15 different crossing locations for a new bridge, including locations within Salem and Keizer, as well as crossing locations north and south of the urban area. The final recommendation of this study was that a new bridge was needed and that the best location for such a bridge was likely near the end of the Salem Parkway. The study recommended that the region enter into the federally required environmental process, including preparing an environmental impact statement for a new bridge. As a result of this recommendation, the Salem River Crossing project was initiated in 2006. 2 other planning studies were completed during the 1990s. The Wallace Road Local Access and Circulation Study sought to develop a more robust local street circulation system to provide alternatives to using Wallace Road in West Salem. The Willamette River Bridgehead Engineering Study identified lower cost projects to maximize the capacity of the existing bridges. These studies led to many projects that have been constructed in this area over the last 20 years. So this aerial here is from 1994, and I just want to highlight some of the things that have been done in this area. In West Salem, new local street connections were constructed, Taggart and Bartell, and the traffic signal on Wallace Road was moved from 7th Street to Taggart in order to provide better traffic flow on Wallace Road. The left turn from Edgewater onto Wallace Road was closed, and traffic was redirected to Patterson Road and over to the new traffic signal. A transit center was constructed on Cornucopia Street by the West Salem Library and Roth's. And finally, the city is currently acquiring right-of-way to widen the intersection of Wallace and Glen Creek through a project partially funded by the 2008 Streets and Bridges bond measure. On the east side of the river, we were able to reconfigure the southbound lanes on Commercial Street approaching the Front Street bypass. We constructed improvements to the Center Street Bridge off-ramps. The southbound off-ramp was widened to allow more storage room. A traffic signal was installed at the bottom of the northbound off-ramp so that traffic would not back up onto the bridge, causing safety concerns. We constructed improved pedestrian crossings of Front Street at both Court and State Streets. Finally, converting the Union Street Railroad Bridge to a bicycle and pedestrian bridge significantly improved the multimodal facilities for crossing the river. This summer and fall, we will be constructing an additional path connection north from the railroad bridge to connect to Glen Creek Road. So moving back to the Salem River Crossing Project, one of the first steps in the process was to create a decision-making structure. As you are aware, the Salem River Crossing Project involves many different players in our region. We established a task force to represent a broad range of interests, including citizen representatives from neighborhoods and various interest groups, together with staff from the regional jurisdictions. This group made recommendations on decision milestones to the oversight team. Oversight team recommendations are then forwarded to the local governments and the Metropolitan Planning Organization. Ultimate approval rests with ODOT and the Federal Highway Administration. So right now, we are at the point of coordinating between the local governments, including Salem, and the oversight team. So this slide lists the task force members as of August 2012. There was some turnover over the course of the project. This dedicated group met 25 times since the fall of 2006. The oversight team consists of mostly elected officials from the regional jurisdictions. This group met more than 20 times over a 6-year period. The task force and oversight team agreed to analyze project alternatives at 3 different crossing locations illustrated on this map. The northern 2 are near the end of the Salem Parkway. The 3rd crossing location is near the existing bridges. The draft environmental impact statement here, my weightlifting exercise, analyzed these alternatives over a broad range of topic areas, which are listed on this slide. The draft EIS was published a year ago in April of 2012. This was followed by a 60-day public comment period, during which time the project team held 2 public hearings. A newsletter announcing the release of the draft EIS and public hearings was mailed to almost 5,000 addresses. Approximately 200 people attended the public hearings, and 120 individuals or organizations submitted comments, either written or verbal. After the end of the public comment period, the task force met to consider a recommendation on a preferred alternative. The task force did not reach consensus, but provided valuable input to the oversight team on trade-offs associated with the different alternatives. They recommended that the oversight team continue to consider the following 4 alternatives. 1, no build. 2A, which was to widen the existing bridges. 4A, which would construct a new bridge from Pine Street on the east side to Wallace Road at Hope Avenue on the west side. and then 4D, which is the same as 4A, but with the addition of direct connections to both Highway 22 and Salem Parkway. The oversight team reviewed this input from the task force together with the draft EIS and public comments. Based on their review, they made a preliminary recommendation that alternative 4D be the preferred alternative. So this is what we have been working with over the last several months. The oversight team advanced this preliminary recommendation to its member jurisdictions for input. Over the last 6 months, the Salem City Council has been working through a process to provide input to the oversight team on a preferred alternative. This included a public hearing and a series of 4 work sessions, including a tour of the project site. As a result of this process, Council is proposing modifications to alternative 4D. I will now provide a brief overview of the changes that Council is considering to alternative 4D. First is to minimize the bridge footprint and the number of piers in the main channel of the Willamette River. This would include evaluating a cable-stayed bridge type as a way to eliminate piers in the main channel and on the island. Next would be to eliminate the raised viaduct over Marine Drive and instead have Marine Drive function at grade from Glen Creek Road north to intersect with the new bridge. This would be consistent with the proposed function of Marine Drive in the city's adopted transportation system plan. Marine Drive would also end on the north at Riverbend Road rather than extending north to Brush College Road. Council is recommending that we further minimize surface street modifications, including eliminating the realignment of Orchard Heights Road and removing additional widening of Glen Creek Road from this project. Council is recommending that we design and construct ramps from Marine Drive to Highway 22 in a manner that minimizes the impact to the Edgewater Commercial District and Greenway. The ramps also need to be accessible for trips originating in or destined for the residential areas in the vicinity of Eola Drive. In order to address these issues, the interchange at Rosemont Avenue will likely need to be relocated to align with Eola Drive. Finally, bridgehead refinement plans should be developed at both ends of the new bridge to identify ways that we can maximize the compatibility of the construction with adjacent land uses. So tonight's meeting is the culmination of the council work sessions. This is the opportunity for the public to provide their input to council on the proposed modifications to alternative 4D. Following the close of the public hearing, council will be asked to make a final recommendation to the oversight team on a preferred alternative. After council makes a recommendation on a preferred alternative, the oversight team will meet to review input from all partner jurisdictions, including Salem, Kaiser, Polk County, Marion County, the Transit District, and ODOT. The oversight team will be tasked with providing direction on a preferred alternative. Some of the modifications being proposed by council tonight are conceptual. The staff team will work with the oversight team to define a footprint for the preferred alternative to address these concepts so that they can be analyzed in the final environmental impact statement. So as mentioned previously, we are currently working to identify a preferred alternative that will have the support of all partner jurisdictions. After the oversight team agrees on a preferred alternative and footprint, the staff team will embark on a number of tasks, including advancing the preferred alternative for adoption into local and regional transportation system plans, including the Salem Transportation System Plan. At the same time, staff will work with the partner jurisdictions to develop a financial strategy and work on preparing the final EIS document. All of these efforts form the basis for obtaining a record of decision from the Federal Highway Administration. After the record of decision is issued, assuming it's for a build alternative, the region can move forward with design, right-of-way acquisition, and construction of an initial phase. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions now or later.
We will have questions later. What we will do first is to proceed with the hearing itself, and we have, as I mentioned earlier, a tremendous number of people signed up to speak. And so I encourage you to use both microphones, and I'll call people two at a time. If you can save time a little bit by kind of staging yourself at the microphone where the speaker isn't speaking, we'll clip along a little more quickly. Our first speaker is Sarah Demling, and then Karen Farmer. And everyone does need to introduce themselves and give their address or ward. And at the end of 2 minutes, the amber light comes on. At the end of 3, the red light comes on. Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Mayor and City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sarah Doimling. My house is 2667 Orchard Heights Northwest. As you can see, I'm a fan of the no-build option. I think a new bridge in Salem would be a big mistake. I think it would be a 1950s solution to a 2013 non-problem. And I think the 2 short points that I will make will, if you can hear them and discuss them, perhaps solve this problem. First point, vehicle miles traveled, called VMT, are on a steady downward trend in Oregon and have been since well before the recession began. Also, traffic on our Salem bridges is decreasing and has been doing so since well before the recession began. This may likely continue. Point number 2, there are ODOT-approved, low-impact, low-cost bridgehead modifications which would relieve congestion. You have detailed information and statistics about both of these points. Many of us here tonight, myself in particular, would welcome a substantive public discussion of their implications and possibilities. I look forward to spending money saved by not building a new bridge on such community-friendly things as parks, libraries, and bicycle and pedestrian-friendly infrastructure. This would be a legacy worth working toward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions by councilors? Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Karen Farmer. I'm here on behalf of a citizen who was unable to be here tonight. Her name is Lorene Wells, 2390 Liberty Street Northeast. I'm unable to attend tonight's meeting, so I'm asking my friend to read my statement. This city council is elected by the general public to do the public's business. Presumably, your decisions would be guided by what is best for the majority of that public. I have been to many of the SRC meetings watching this process. I've been involved in political issues for 50 years, sometimes as paid staff. Never in my life have I seen such blatant disregard for the public and the public's opinions as in this process. You deliberately cut out public input as much as possible. Most of you do not even make a pretense of listening to us. The reason for building this bridge changes every meeting. There was no effort to look at all the options available or the possible consequences. Facts have been twisted. There seems to be a concerted effort to keep the public in the dark. The affected neighborhood associations have voted to oppose this plan. It will do great damage to the neighborhoods you intend to sacrifice. The majority of this council seems to view this exercise as a game to win at all costs. I am appalled. I have used up my small reserve of energy keeping up with what you're doing. I have run out of energy now. This is my response. You should be ashamed.
Are there questions? All right, thank you very much. Phil Klaus, followed by Fritz Ulrich.
I want you to know this is approaching my bedtime. My name is Phil Klaus. I live at 650 Kingwood Drive, Northwest. And I've lived in Salem since 1940, which is probably longer than just about anybody in this room. And I've lived in West Salem for 45 years. And Salem and West Salem has been and is an integral part of my life. And I care about what happens to this city. And I've observed what the change has been since I started living in West Salem. And right now, I cross the bridge, I don't know how many times a day in my business. And I cannot leave my house from 7:15 till about 8 o'clock, knowing the difficulty I have getting on Highway 22. It's a free-for-all. And so if it ends up time-wise that's when I have to leave, I don't. And coming home in the afternoon, traffic is backed up all the way up Ayola Drive, and that's why they're putting in a stoplight. That's not going to solve the problem. It's just going to change how the traffic flows at the intersection, but it's not going to stop the number of cars. And anyway, in my early life, I remember when there was one bridge across the river, and it was one lane over and one lane back. And due to the foresight of your predecessors, council members and mayor, why they added a second bridge. And so then we had 2 lanes over and 2 lanes back. And we thought, well, we've solved the problem. Well, for some reason, the population keeps growing, and suddenly the traffic is horrendous again. And so then they add 2 more lanes to each bridge. And they improve the approaches. And now we're at the crossroads where we've got the same problem all over again. And by the time this bridge gets built, it's going to be time to start the next one. The traffic and the population does not stop. And it's not a matter of us looking for what we need today. It's looking out for my kids and their kids. And we need to be able to spend our money today to look out for their interests. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Klaus. Are there questions for Mr. Klaus? All right, thank you for coming and for testifying. Fritz Ulrich, followed by Leonard Wilkinson, followed by Mike Geyer.
Hello, Mike. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council, and happy Earth Day. My name is Fritz Ulrich. I live in West Salem. I've lived there 22 years. I've just very recently become involved with this issue about the bridge, and the more that I read about it on the computer and the more I talk to people, the less I like the 4D. What worries me is I sense a 20th century approach to 21st problems in this area. To build a speedway through here is going to be very detrimental to local businesses on the Wallace, on Edgewater, and probably in Highland as well. I hope you'll take that into consideration. It's going to displace a lot of people. And I received an email that I want to share with you. It's a very sympathetic message. I have Martina Sierra's permission to read this email. I cannot be at the City Council meeting tonight, but I have written by email to the City Council and to the person in charge of the project, whose name I cannot remember at the moment, to express my outrage at the proposed third bridge. Among the other things you might mention, should you get a chance to testify tonight, is that it would decimate Pioneer Village, a project of the West Valley Housing Authority, and uproot at least 90 residents who live in low-cost housing, mostly seniors, and some disabled like myself, and leave the rest essentially with no place to go. Most of us live on limited incomes, and the rent is income sensitive. We would be hard-pressed to find something comparable. My unit is one that would be torn down. The rest would then be subject to the traffic noises of the bridge, and it would destroy the quiet and safe neighborhood in which we live, along with the housing of hundreds of other residents in the nearby apartment buildings, and some of the downtown West Salem business district. This too is unconscionable. Thanks for being able to take the time to be at the hearing, and I am sorry that I am not able to be there due to my mother's serious illness. I hope that you would take another good look at this plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there questions by councilors? All right, thank you. And Leonard Wilkinson, followed by Mike Geyer.
Good evening. I'm Leonard Wilkerson. I live at 690 Tulip Lane Northwest. Salem is a unique city. The Statesman Journal acknowledges this with its column, Company Town. We have a single large employer, among other smaller ones, of course. Pertinent to the $200 million third bridge, the Department of Administrative Services tells me that there are 3,448 permits for car parking in the Capitol Mall area. State employee cars arriving at downtown and the bridge ramps are at the core of the congestion problem. Why not stagger the work shifts? Almost no cost. To the north, out of the mall, I counted 546 cars parked in the DHS Fish and Wildlife lot and 330 cars at DMV. If half of those north area parkers use the new bridge, the traffic count on the existing bridges will reduce by 876 trips per day, out of about 80,000 per day, or about 1%. Let's look at other possible users. Through traffic has been inventoried at 5%, or 4,000 out of the 80,000 daily existing bridge crossings. Of course, some of those would head north or would head south or east, so we can guess at 2,000 third bridge users per day. Roughly one car every 1.35 minutes. Currently, non-drive time traffic on Wallace Road averages one car every 20 seconds. There is no congestion. I took photos, one every minute from 7:55 a.m. to 8:20 a.m. Traffic was at a standstill for less than 1 minute per car from 7:55 a.m. to 8:10 a.m., a 15-minute rush hour. City engineers have their own traffic data. They have selected numbers to show a need that, in reality, doesn't exist. The 1998 Bridgehead study shows that a 25% reduction in traffic backup could be obtained by modifying the existing bridge ramps. The EIS does not even acknowledge that the 1998 study exists. That is a serious flaw in this EIS. Another flaw is lack of consideration of simply staggering the shift hours of state agencies. ODOT team members understand building things. They would be reprimanded if they suggested staggering shifts of other agencies. I oppose passage of the draft EIS as proposed by staff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? All right. Thank you so much for coming to testify. Mr. Geyer, followed by Bob Burns, and then Ryan Blodell.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Mike Geyer. I live at 187 Mountain Vista Southeast. I was a member of the Bridge Task Force that met during the mid-90s. We met for a couple years, and it was quite a few meetings, and we had an awful lot of testimony at that time. At that time, the group did decide that we did need to have a bridge. But the problem was that we did not have the political will at the federal and state level to come up with funds that made it possible for it to happen. And part of the reasons why that will was not there is that at that time West Salem growth was not sufficient to warrant a bridge. Another item that was cited was that Polk County did not have the infrastructure necessary for the growth that they were talking about. At that time, there was not adequate water supplies and there was not adequate electrical grid to allow a further population growth and to allow further industrial growth inside Polk County. So it was decided at that time that we would postpone it until a more opportune time. So it's been several years now, and times have changed. Right now, there is significant growth that's been happening over the last few years in West Salem. And there will be more significant growth because it's one of the few places that has water and sewer capacity, and also land. Next thing is that there are plans going through right now to address the water availability issue in Polk County. There is a plan right now going through. I don't know how far along it is. It's, I've heard various stories, but the Valsetz Dam project someday will happen. And then the next thing is that there is plans right now to upgrade the electrical grid. It's not something that's going to happen immediately, but it is in the planning stages right now to address the plans, to address the needs in Polk County. So what's going to happen is eventually there is going to be significant population and significant job growth in Polk County. And because of this, we need in Marion Polk County to start addressing the situation we have with the bridge. I think it's now time that we start giving serious consideration to looking at this before it becomes a major problem, because it is going to eventually happen in Polk County, because there's been several economic forecasts that say that this is going to be the place that Oregon's going to grow. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there questions by councilors? All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Mr. Burns, welcome.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor Peterson and council members, my name is Bob Burns. My residence is 1310 Chapman Hill Drive, Northwest Salem. My wife and I first moved to West Salem in 2005. Our motive was to find an affordable and nice place to live. We found it in Salem. And meeting our new neighbors, there was talk about a third bridge in the planning stages. They talked about being funded by the federal government. We knew there were concerns from the local residents about the rush hour traffic on the two bridges we now have. For us, moving from San Diego, we didn't notice much of a traffic problem. I have attended the council work sessions and been a silent observer concerning the third bridge. I know the council and city planners have put a lot of hard work on the project for several years. It is my understanding when the third bridge project started, there were federal funds that could be applied for. However, it seems not to be the case now. The positives and negatives for a third bridge were discussed in length. Mr. Fernandez, you are a very good salesperson. During the past 4 council work sessions, you articulated very well the different alternatives for the third bridge and connector to Route 22. However, the negative impacts of construction seem to overshadow any positive impact. When it came to funding, you said, quote, "There is more than one way to skin a cat." Unfortunately, I am afraid the citizens of Salem, Kaiser, and the surrounding communities will be the skinned cats. I'm deeply concerned, as should be the rest of us, as to the added taxes, fees, and possible bridge tolls we will have to pay for decades to come. If and when the bridge is approved by the voters and built, the extended time for construction and cost overruns would be staggering. As we all know, the federal budget deficit is a huge problem for all of us. Whether our personal views are liberal or conservative, We all instinctively know we will all be paying higher federal income taxes soon. And to that, bonds, higher state and local taxes, and the increasing costs of commodities we use daily, our added expenditures will be on the one-way track to unimaginable amounts. Oregon does not have a Prop 13 like California has to limit taxation on homes. We now have home taxes higher than California. I am concerned for the seniors and other hardworking families who own their homes in Oregon that they might be taxed right out of their homes and into the street. The important question every resident of Salem, Kaiser, and surrounding communities has to answer is, 1, will the third bridge sufficiently reduce traffic on the 2 existing bridges? 2, will the positive results of building the third bridge be worth the negative impact on the community of West Salem, Northeast Salem, and the proposed river crossing? And 3, can we ourselves afford to pay the extreme cost of a third bridge with no federal funds during such uncertain economic times?
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions by councilors? Thank you for coming down. Ryan Blodell, followed by Mike Erdman, followed by Mia Nelson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm Ryan, Ryan Bladel, 1609 Trillion Street Northwest. As an almost 30-year resident of West Salem, I feel that the bridge is long overdue. A third bridge is long overdue, and I feel that it is imperative for the future of Salem as well as the surrounding communities in Polk and Marion counties. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Bladel. Are there questions by councilors? We appreciate your testimony. Mike Erdman, followed by Mia Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mike Erdman, with the Home Builders
Welcome.
Association of Marion and Polk Counties, 385 Taylor Street Northeast. We believe it's essential that we get the third bridge finally built. It's clear the existing bridges are over capacity. Certain hours of the day, you may have seen just last month that PSU and the Oregon Bureau of Economic Analysis forecasted that Polk County is going to be the fastest growing county in the state over the next 25 or 30 years. And so you look at the 50% increase in traffic that we're forecasting here in the bridge study, combine that with the forecasted growth in Polk County going out to 2050, and to say that we can handle all of that increased growth on bridges that are already over capacity simply ignores reality. You know, we underscore that, of course, with future land use patterns in Salem. We know that most of the growth, or a significant portion of the growth, will take place in West Salem. Kaiser and North Salem is basically built out. East Salem is largely built out. There's still some land left in South Salem, but as you've seen in the UGB map, a good chunk of the growth that we're going to see in Salem goes in West Salem. We're going to see a lot of increased traffic. It's clear we've got a problem on the horizon that calls for good planning in an effort to develop a viable solution. You know, you've heard a little bit tonight, and you'll hear more, I'm sure, from some of the opponents talking about how bridge traffic has flatlined or maybe even dropped over the last few years. That's not a surprise. You know, you look at the housing collapse. You know, we stopped adding population in West Salem. We stopped adding population largely in Monmouth and Dallas and Independence. We've had a recession that's caused higher unemployment. We've got fewer folks that are commuting back and forth across the bridge to their jobs. It's no surprise. But to think that that trend will continue is just completely unrealistic. You know, you'd have some folks that are opposed to the bridge would have you believe that the solution is increased bicycle use or transit or walking or other modes of transportation, shifting work hours. Those are all part of the solution. There is no doubt about it. And in fact, I think in the draft EIS, it actually factors in some very aggressive uses of alternate modes of transportation. But what the opponents are asking you to do is to ignore your professional traffic engineers and go based on hopes and wishes for what will happen in the future, not the opinion of professionals who said it won't. We need to plan for it. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to go quick. You know, you're also going to hear tonight about the impact on existing homes and businesses. And, you know, this is something that we need to try and minimize as much as possible. We understand the concern. Our building gets disrupted by the bridge. You know, and so we support the modifications to 4D. It minimizes it as much as possible. But what I'd urge you to do is not kick this can down the road, because you've got an opportunity now that won't exist years from now. You've got a lot of undeveloped land where the bridge is going to go west, underdeveloped land on the east part of the river. And if we don't take advantage of this now, it's going to get a lot more expensive. We got more homes, more businesses in this land that could be acquired in the near future. So I'm going to be out of time, so I just want to thank you for the opportunity and answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Questions? Councillor Nanki?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks for coming down, Mr. Erdman. Several people tonight have actually, oh, the yellow light's on. And I noticed you had written comments as well, and I'd encourage anyone who doesn't get through or even does to still submit that so it's in the record so we can actually see all that someone would have wished to deliver as testimony tonight. Thanks.
Other questions or comments? Thank you again. Appreciate your testimony. Mia Nelson, followed by John Prohodsky and Evan White.
Good evening, I'm Mia Nelson. I'm representing 1,000 Friends of Oregon, P.O. Box 51252 in Eugene. 1,000 Friends is a consistent advocate for realistic, fact-based planning. We've grown concerned that this project's traffic forecast model significantly overestimates future bridge use, both inflating the apparent need for a new bridge and implying greater toll revenues than will actually occur. Salem should look carefully at this project's inherent risks. When we previously pointed out the traffic forecast was substantially inflated, staff's response was the overestimate wasn't significant because bridge traffic would eventually reach that target. It would just happen many years later. But staff's position ignores the obvious time value of taxpayers' money and asks you to build and pay for oversized infrastructure instead of properly scaling and timing infrastructure to correspond with the actual need. We've identified 3 risk factors that taken together may have inflated your traffic growth estimate to double or even triple what will actually occur. These are, first, population growth assumptions. We previously reported to you that the model's population forecasts were outdated. The project is based on the 2004 state forecast. It predicts 43% more growth for Polk County than the new state forecast, which was released March 28th. Vehicle use assumptions. The traffic model assumes 1990s era driving patterns will continue into the future. It does not consider how profoundly driving habits have changed over the last decade, and these trends preceded both the recession and increased fuel prices. For example, Oregon's VMT actually peaked in 2002 and has declined ever since, despite adding 11% to our population. Finally, toll road forecasting bias. The risks for Salem are even higher because tolling is a possible means of funding. Other jurisdictions have already been badly burned after committing to expensive tolled projects only to find the planned revenues did not materialize. That could happen here. During the 1990s and early 2000s, Standard & Poor's tracked 104 startup toll projects, and they found a consistent pattern. Actual traffic volumes and toll revenues were much lower than the official forecast, not only upon the opening of the project, but also over time. Jurisdictions that are new to tolling, such as Salem, were found to have a 42% average traffic overestimate. So prior to making a decision on which bridge alternative to pursue, the city should exercise due diligence and attempt to quantify the potential traffic forecast overestimate as well as the consequences such an overestimate would have on your funding viability. You should not continue to defer these important questions because they're actually fundamental to determining whether or not a given alternative is viable. A less expensive alternative may actually be the only one that can be built. So the choice to select alternate 4D in a vacuum before addressing these funding questions may trap the city later on. It could even kill your project.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nelson. We appreciate your testimony. Are there questions by councilors? Councilor Thomas.
Yes, thank you for your information. I wanted to find out, how did you or your group come about gathering this information?
Through various studies that have been done by other organizations. We draw a lot of information from the Sightline Institute, and I'd encourage you to check Sightline's website. There's a wealth of information about the growing trend of traffic over forecasting.
One other question. So in gathering this information, what other states or cities did you compare it to?
On which topic?
The
toll road forecasting bias?
Factors, your 3 points that you have listed.
Well, the population growth assumptions is not a comparison, it's just a factual matter that the forecast that the EIS is built on forecasts 43% more growth than the state is now saying is going to happen. So that's just a factual issue. The vehicle use assumptions, there is a lot of information on that from multiple sources, nationally, Oregon, and even locally. And again, Sightline is a great place where they've congregated a lot of that data, but there is some very interesting phenomenons happening in demographics. I'm a real estate broker, and in my course of my work there, I've read studies that even the realtors are doing that have found that there's a shift in what people want. And they want more walkable communities. Baby boomers want to drive less and walk more, and the young generation is buying cars at a lower rate than any generation in decades. So these trends are being observed, but I'd really encourage all of you, to check the Sightline blog.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, John Prohodsky, followed by Evan White, and then George Grabenhorst.
Thank you. My name's John Prohodsky. I live in Ward 2. The third bridge is a road to a nice neighborhood and a city that no one wants to live in. Salem has a significant deferred infrastructure: roads, parks, urban renewal, even library. Well, library you don't maintain, you just have to operate it. Maintenance. The longer maintenance is deferred, it becomes rebuilding, not maintenance. The school district has had so much deferred maintenance. Known fact. Look at Leslie Pool, another example. Older, close neighborhoods are at risk when transit bond for a third bridge precludes normal and deferred maintenance. Salem has an interest, and I mean a real interest, in preventing neighborhood deterioration, which reduces property values, private investment, and Salem's desirability. Jim Clifton, Gallup's chairman and CEO, in his book, The Coming Jobs War, says, the cities who prevail in the jobs war are those whose leaders create and support an entrepreneurial atmosphere. This also requires investments in quality of life that attracts young professionals. For example, Oklahoma City invested in their infrastructure. They had a 1% sales tax. Heaven forbid we increase taxes in Salem. But it created an atmosphere, an infrastructure that created young professionals. And guess what? Oklahoma City has the highest rate of entrepreneurship in the country. That's what drives jobs. The family wage jobs that those entrepreneurs create drive home sales, not a costly third bridge that makes Salem an attractive place to live. I'm not saying the third bridge makes Salem an attractive place to live, but it's entrepreneurship, it's job, it's vibrancy. Milton, Colorado pioneered economic gardening. They found out what works and doesn't work. I encourage you to look at it. Ben Franklin Technology Partners, Pennsylvania. They invested in entrepreneurship in Pennsylvania. Before the economic recession occurred, guess what the return on investment was? 3 to 1. And they're making, and Pennsylvania's able to invest in infrastructure that will keep their economic growth, their entrepreneurship going. There's the fork in the road. Sam can either take the road to a beautiful community in a city that no one wants to live in, or Sam can invest in creating jobs by developing and supporting an entrepreneurial culture. What is the ROI on a third bridge versus what is the return on something like the Ben Franklin Technology Partners, or making investments like Oklahoma City did? For instance, that 1% sales tax.
Excuse me, I will have to ask you to conclude your testimony. Are there questions by any counselors? Thank you so much. We appreciate your coming down this evening. Evan White, followed by George Grabenhorst, followed by John Miller.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councilors. I am Evan White, 4553 Brock Loop South. Harry Truman once said that he was very tired of hearing economists say, on the one hand this, and on the other hand that. That said, I have two handouts, and the first one is something that recalls that last summer you approved a water rate study which said that customers should pay for the costs they impose upon the system. Some of these costs are joint costs because they benefit all customers. Those who use services at the system peak should pay for their share of costs at the system peak. A bridge is similar because it is also sized to meet maximum peak hourly usage. It cannot be widened and then contracted to meet fluctuations in demand. A bridge that is sized for go home after work peak traffic also provides excess capacity for those who use it to go to church on Sunday. The Marion Street Bridge has excess capacity at all hours, except perhaps at the 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. peak on weekdays. Similarly, there is a morning peak on the Center Street Bridge. By the year 2035, the EIS predicts that 94% of West Salem employees will be commuting to jobs on the other side of the river. My second handout is from the Federal Highway Administration, and it points out that there is a consensus among economists, both the one-handed and the two-handed ones, that congestion pricing is the most viable and sustainable approach to reducing traffic congestion. It lets you encourage ride sharing, public transit, staggered work hours, speed travel times, retain local businesses, while at the same time protecting the city's credit rating and avoid or delay the need to go to voters for higher property taxes. You can implement this very easily by imposing a toll for either westbound or eastbound bridge traffic during the Monday through Friday peak hours. You already charge for parking, so why not also charge to use the bridge during peak usage times and considerably delay the need to build a third bridge? Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. White? All right, thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony. George Grabenhurst, followed by John Miller, and then Mark Connect.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councilors. My name is George Grabenhorst. I live at 6555 Battle Creek Road. I'm here this evening on behalf of the Salem Association of Realtors as their Government Affairs Chairperson. That being said, on behalf of the approximate 600 members of the Salem Association of Realtors, please accept the following comments regarding the proposed third bridge over the Willamette River. We appreciate the opportunity to be heard on this important matter, which affects all those who live, work, and do business in Salem. The Salem Association of Realtors urges the council to adopt the preferred alternative. We believe it is valid for the future economic growth of the area, and that the preferred alternative be selected so that the area can move forward with detailed engineering, create a phase plan, and determine a funding mechanism. Our association supports alternative 4D and believes it is the most valid alternative due to its direct connection to the Salem Parkway and to providing a simple connection to Highway 22 West. We are open to change this alternative to lessen the impact of the neighborhoods and to make the overall project more affordable. But we believe that the City of Salem needs to keep the ball moving. Thank you, and do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Grabenhorst? All right, appreciate your testimony. Thank you. John Miller, followed by Mark Connect. John?
Let's go down here.
That's good. All right. And Scott Bassett is after Mark.
My name is John Miller. I'm here
Yes.
tonight representing the Salem Chamber of Commerce. And just because you could probably all use a moment to stand, I was wondering if I could have everyone that is here tonight wearing a green sticker, just so you can have your voice counted without having to come up here and testify. Could you stand for just a moment? All right.
All right.
Thank you all for being here. It was great to spend the evening with you. In November of 2012, we provided written testimony to the Salem City Council in support of the river crossing process and alternative 4D. We thank you for actively engaging in this massive undertaking through multiple work sessions. You are to be commended for your professionalism and how you have approached the transportation options available to our region, given the many strong opinions that exist on the topic. As we discussed in November, pressure to do nothing or adopt only a partial solution have challenged the recommendation from the oversight team to support alternative 4D. Since that time, we believe there has been thoughtful compromise to amend components of alternative 4D to make this transportation project more acceptable to community stakeholders, yet maintain the critical component of a plan that, when fully built out, will create a connection from the Salem Parkway through to Highway 22 on the west side of the river. The Salem Area Chamber of Commerce supports the amendments to the original 4D alternative, including enhanced visual design elements to the bridge, a surface connection, Marine Drive, to Highway 22 on the west side of the river as opposed to an elevated viaduct, and connecting Marine Drive to Highway 22 in a way that protects the properties along Edgewater and West Salem. We would like to take this opportunity to thank the entire City Council, and specifically Councilors Dan Clem and Warren Bednarz, for their intimate involvement in the third bid process for more than 5 years. The newly amended 4D option continues to provide the most beneficial transportation connections for the sake of our regional economy. Thank you for your commitment to the public process and for working collaboratively to find solutions to our transportation needs that are in the best interest of our community.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Miller? All right, appreciate your testimony. Mark Connect now, and then Scott Bassett, followed by Mark Wigg.
I will bring down I will write a testimony and bring down. However, I don't know, Diane Dickey, do you know if the transit district's getting ready for a new levy to be put on the ballot? Well, I've been sitting here listening to a lot of testimony tonight, pros and against this, but something's going to have to give here pretty soon, because the transit district is going to be in dire straits if we don't figure out some kind of new tax levy. We've got to have a bridge, anyway, but I was in New York a few years ago, and they have tolls on the bridge, on the freeways down there. Well, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, it's like this. If you're going to dance, you have to pay the band, you know? And Salem is growing at an alarming rate, and West Salem now is the proposal of taking all those homes and stuff off the, coming across down there. Is that off the table, or is that still on the table?
Well, we won't be able to answer your questions during this hearing, but we'll note those.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, anyway, I live out in the Northeast Neighborhood Association out there. They're in Ward 5, and so I'm real concerned about what's going to happen here and stuff. But at any rate, I just wanted to throw some ideas out here. But at any rate, the tax levy on the buses, this is the only city in the Salem, or in the state of Oregon, that depends on property tax levy to fund the transit. And we've got to figure out something here pretty soon, because in another year and a half, things could get very ugly, and we'll be without transportation altogether if we aren't careful.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Knecht? All right, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here with us this evening. Scott Bassett, followed by Mark Wigg, and then Les Margosian.
Yes, Mayor and City Council members, I have a handout that Mike Gotterby is passing around. There's also copies going around for folks here. The front page highlights the staff report from September. I should say my name, Scott Bassett. I live in Ward 4. I work at ODOT, but I'm speaking as an individual. And I've been a budget analyst for 15 years, and I want to talk about money. And that's what the handout's talking about. The staff report in September 24th of last year to this City Council on page 6 covers topics that are completely missing in the current staff report, and that is a reference to the reality of funding a bridge. It says significant share of the funding will need to come from local and regional sources, that federal and state funds will not be contributing significant amounts to this. Has to be property tax is what's kind of popping up, even though there's tolls and fuel tax and vehicle registration fees. Without strong local support to pay the cost of this, the project is unlikely to go forward. Government bodies have been playing hot potato with this bridge planning since 2006. Each time a government unit gets close to making a decision, it tosses the hot potato to another group. Now you are continuing what seems like an endless game that is in its 7th year. When are you going to step forward and make a decision? 2 councilors debated in a council work session if the delays were a matter of a lack of leadership. I suggest to you that it is a lack of a good location and the money to pay for it. If there had been a reasonable alternative, it would have been apparent in 2009 when the oversight team that you are passing this hot potato back to could not make a decision, and they decided to continue to study it. That is what you're doing now. You're failing to make a decision. And you can't agree on a plan. You don't know how to pay for it, so you decide to study it. So every month that this planning effort drags on, it's costing $100,000 that we need for other projects. The staff report calls your action, quote, advance, end of quote. But this is really moving backwards. I would like to acknowledge the people who are here in opposition of the bridge. If you would stand and show your signs. And we really appreciate the chance to come in. You have locked us out of the discussions since November 5th, and now we are heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Bassett? All right, thanks for your testimony. Les Margosian, followed by Richard Reed, and then Jim Shepke. Mark Wigg, right. What did I say?
Good evening again. My name is Les Margosian. My address is 700 Kingwood Drive Northwest. Salem's most enduring urban legend was the inaccessibility of West Salem due to the bridge issue. Notice I use the past tense when I moved to West Salem 33 years ago, from South Salem. I was constantly asked about the problems of getting back and forth. And today and for the last several years, I'm not asked that question. It's not really an issue. I noticed my neighbor at 650 Kingwood had a much different experience than I. He said it's crowded all the time, and it's a real problem. I go back and forth once or twice a day, excuse me, and don't have a problem. Even if I miscalculate and come back at 5 o'clock, yes, it'll be crowded, but it's not an issue. Tonight, however, rather than talk about the need for a third bridge, and others have been and will continue giving testimony on that, I'd like to share my chagrin over the retrograde nature of current plans for the 3 miles of urban freeway. After World War II and during the 50s and 60s, cities across the country decimated hundreds, if not thousands, of neighborhoods by plowing urban freeways through them, across them, and over the top of them. By the 70s, many of these same cities were desperately trying to undo the damages of these misbegotten projects, and were either eliminating the freeways altogether or converting them to ordinary street-level avenues. If you were to Google urban freeways today, you would find the first several pages are exclusively captioned urban freeway removal. I lost my place. When viewing the city's plan, specifically option D, I almost feel like I've time traveled back to the 50s and have to wonder why we here in Salem are 40 or more years behind the rest of the country in this area. An integral aspect of this regressive approach is seldom, if ever, discussed. That is one of equity and fairness. Neighborhoods which are long established, where residents have spent some or most or all of their lives investing in and building a community, suddenly are scheduled for demolition. Decimated to facilitate the ingress and egress of people, persons who haven't even moved into town yet, and who will live in subdivisions that haven't been built yet.
I'm sorry, Mr. Margosian, I do have to draw your attention to the red light. Thank you so much for your testimony. Before you leave the podium, are there questions by any counselors? All right, thank you very much. I do apologize, Mr. Wigg, I sort of got mixed up here.
That's okay. It's a long night and a lot of people speaking. Thank you very much. I'm Mark Wigg. I live at 1950 Saginaw Street. And congestion is the problem. That's what the EIS says is the problem. Let's solve the congestion problem. We jumped suddenly to let's build a bridge, but that's not the problem we're trying to solve. We're trying to solve a congestion problem. And the longer and the more we focus on we need a new bridge, the more time we're not spending on solving the congestion problem. We can solve the congestion problem much quicker and much cheaper, but we are stuck in this rut of we got to build a bridge, we got to build a bridge. Well, the many of the people associated with the No Bridge group, the No Build group, really want to help solve the congestion problem. And it's nice to see that the Chamber has a lot of people here, because my experience with Chamber people is that they like to solve problems. They like to get things done. We've spent 7 years on this problem already, and we haven't addressed the congestion problem. We're going to spend another 10 years and millions more dollars studying, producing paper. That's not solving the congestion problem. Let's focus on the problem and solve that. One of the things that was brought up was that Polk County is labeled the fastest growing county in Oregon. And it's nice to play with numbers, but Polk County is going to grow between now and 2030. What state estimates are it's 30,000 people being added to Polk County. Marion County is going to add 90,000 people. If all the money that we are able to bond goes to solving a problem for Polk County, what about the 90,000 people being added to Marion County that don't get their problems addressed? Funding the bridge is a problem. We do not have the bonding authority to pay for the bridge. If you went to the total amount that the city allots, the $2.42 per thousand, which is hundreds of dollars for property owners, that doesn't cover the cost of a new bridge. Where is the money going to come? The feds do not have the money. The state does not think this is that big of a problem that they're going to come up with the money. It's going to be to the local citizens, and we don't have the money because we have other priorities also. We don't want to commit all of our money for the next 30 years to this problem. So I just think that the sooner we get over this idea that we have to build a bridge, the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wigg. Are there questions for Mr. Wigg from counselors? All right, thank you. No, please don't. Thank you. Richard Reed, followed by Jim Shepke, followed by Nate Levine.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Richard Reed again, 3242 Bluff Avenue South. I do appreciate the work that everybody's been doing on this for the last dozen years or so, and these modifications that are coming up. It does demonstrate the value of, in my opinion, of critical public testimony. I can see where the modifications seem to be responding to some of the issues that have been raised here. I have some questions that I thought were going to get answered, but apparently they have to be rhetorical ones, and I wanted to know how many modifications have there been. We continue to refine and revise and modify, and that, of course, leads me to the following question is how many can there be? How many times are we going to go back and back and back and back and continue to review and refine and mess with this so we have yet another preferred alternative? The other thing is, what is the latest, the price tag on this latest preferred alternative? Do we know at all what it's going to cost? How does it compare to 4D and the cost estimates there? When will it be built? It sounds like 10, 12, 15 years out there, and during that time, we can tell from since 2008 how much an economy can change. I also wanted to know about impacts. ODOT said that with alternative 4D, it would actually wipe out about 90 businesses. It would terminate 400 to 500 jobs, and it would drive an $80 million hole through Salem's economy. That's what 4D would do. What are the impacts of this one? What this latest preferred alternative? As I understand it, regardless of tonight's testimony, Council will authorize Councilor Clem to advance this latest modification to the Salem River Crossing Oversight Committee. Looks like Councilor Clem drew the short straw this time. When he advances this, the Oversight Committee, after they say, "This again? Seriously?" they're going to ask Councilor Clem, who is now the messenger, the same questions. What will it cost? What are its impacts? How will it be built? And it would seem to me that now would be a good time to just go ahead and stop this project, quit burning $100,000 a month on it, and let's move on to solving the congestion problems, get into something that we can afford. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Reed? All right. Thank you very much. Jim Shepke, followed by Nate Levine.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Jim Shepke. I live at 1840 East Nob Hill. About 8 months ago, my friend Scott Bassett asked me to help him organize grassroots opposition to the Third Bridge project. We have done that. We've had meetings, we have an email list, we have a very active Facebook page, we have a great group, and a lot of them are here tonight. We've canvassed in the neighborhoods affected by the bridge. We've talked to hundreds of people. And these people are disappointed, frankly, in their elected officials, the ones we've talked to, because you have spent countless hours and millions of dollars to plan a project that they don't need, that they don't want, and that they don't want to pay for. This planning project was supposed to cost $2 million and take a couple of years. Instead, we're into year 7, and the budget has ballooned to nearly $8 million. The original objective of easing traffic congestion at peak hours at the existing bridges has morphed into what we call the Casino Express. And you've heard about this from some of the people with green stickers tonight. They talk about a connector. Who ever envisioned that we would plan a connector? This was supposed to be about traffic congestion. And this alternative will do little or nothing to ease downtown congestion. At one of your work sessions, some of you seem to be concerned about what Councilor Dickey called the cloud that would be created by allowing this planning project to drag on. And we heard tonight from Ms. Warnicki that it is going to drag on if you pass this motion tonight for 18 months to 2 years to probably longer. You've heard that. This project does create a terrible cloud on the Highland neighborhood, on Pioneer Village, you've heard about that, on Wallace Marine Park, and on the Edgewater neighborhood. I asked you to show some concern about the cloud tonight. My friend Laureen Wells, who you heard about from Karen Farmer, she lives under the cloud. Her historic home is at the corner of Liberty and Hickory, and in the right-of-way of the Casino Express. She thinks about the project every day, and it's very painful for her and her family and for her neighbors. We come to you as ordinary citizens, not people who stand to benefit financially from this project. We respectfully ask that you look after our interests and not the interests of those who would stand to gain by the Third Bridge project. You can dispel the cloud for Laureen Wells and her neighbors. You can do it tonight. We hope you will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions by councilors? Appreciate your testimony. Nate Levine, followed by Keith Kahan.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Welcome.
Council. I need to express my opinion that we need a third river crossing. The city of Salem is a central part of the transportation network and critical to the movement of people, goods and services across the region. By facilitating the good flow of commerce, we improve our health and reduce the consequences of stalls, traffic congestion, and slowed or reduced emergency response. I know that there are many present that understand the impact of not having a viable transportation network. More importantly, the results of not having the courage to build what is needed, not resulting in a political compromise. The downtown would be benefited, as well as the West Salem commercial community, from increased traffic alternatives and better traffic flow. In summary, our community benefits from more transportation alternatives. Simply said, we cannot afford not to build a third river crossing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Levine? We appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Keith, am I saying your name correctly?
No.
I'm sorry.
It's Keith Cohan.
Cohen, thank you.
Ward 5. And I'd like to defer my testimony till May 13th.
All right, you can do that,
We
certainly.
had that as an option, right?
Yes, that's right.
You can't do both.
No, you can't do both.
May 13th.
Thank you. All right. Kurt Fisher, followed by Marianne Beery, and then Keith Lutag, maybe. Lutig. Welcome again.
Welcome. Thank you very much for welcoming me. Once again, I'm Kurt Fisher. I'm at 680 LaFell Street Southeast, and once again, I'm appearing on behalf of SCAN as the Vice President, sitting in for Victor Dodier, who has had some family issues that he needs to deal with. You should have in your packet the resolution that we passed on the third bridge at our last meeting. In the March meeting, Councilor Bednards solicited our input on what we felt we wanted out of a third bridge, or what we felt about the project, and you have your answer before you. The findings are facts that you have been over many times, and I won't reread them to you. But the resolution finishes with a recommendation that you, along with the other government entities in the Metropolitan Planning Organization, stop planning a third bridge. Succinctly put, it doesn't benefit our neighborhood. It doesn't benefit the people that live there, and it just imposes large direct costs and indirect costs. There's a feeling that we're not focusing enough on the existing bridges. The existing bridges were inspected in 2009, and the Marion Street Bridge was rated structurally deficient. So those existing crossings will remain the most important crossings across the river, whether we have a third bridge or not. So we need to give attention to those, because those are the ones that serve the prevailing traffic patterns and serve the central business district. Neighbors express feelings that the project has gotten out of hand in both its cost and its impacts. We are an older neighborhood, so the opportunity costs associated with this project weigh heavily on us. We have older infrastructure in our neighborhood, and if we essentially max out our credit card for this one project, it will restrict our financial ability to deal with maintaining existing streets, upgrading sewer systems, funding parks, libraries, schools, police, and fire protection. Lastly, there was a feeling that we needed to show solidarity with the other neighborhood associations that are directly impacted by the project. We would like to think that if SCAN were in the crosshairs, they would do the same for us. Like I said, there are only costs for the neighborhood. There are no benefits. This is a project that will only increase our cost of living while decreasing our quality of life. The item was posted on our agenda on the website in the normal manner. Our meetings are public, open to anybody, any member of the Chamber of Congress, anybody that wants to speak out on the issue. No one spoke out against the resolution or in favor of a bridge. The vote of our board was 8 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 member abstaining. There were 25 neighbors and guests in attendance, and including 2 city staff. That's the end of my testimony.
Thank you. Are there questions? Councillor Dickey.
All right, thanks for coming down. I did want to ask, so you said that your board wanted to stand with the other affected neighborhood associations with your resolution. Are you aware of neighborhood associations that have taken a formal position on this? Because I'm not sure which ones have and which ones haven't. So you're talking about the affected ones. Do you know?
I get Grant and Highland confused, but there was a representative at the first hearing that spoke out strongly against the project. Grant neighborhood actually submitted comments with the DEIS project against the project, or essentially recommending the no build. And West Salem Neighborhood Association, it's our understanding that they passed a resolution against the project as well.
Thanks.
I think just for a point of clarification, I would like to ask if staff could please research that for us and let council know specifically which neighborhood associations have taken a resolution and communicated that to us. Councillor Clem.
Madam Mayor, also those neighborhood associations that had a chance to take a position on this without having considered the modifications with staff present to talk about what the staff report really says and what somebody led them to believe. So those neighborhood associations who haven't equitably looked at the situation, I'd like to know which ones even know about the modifications.
I think that's a good point. Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Fisher? All right, thank you so much. Marianne, okay. Marianne Beery, correct me if I'm wrong. Yes. All right, and then followed by Ken Luettig. All right. This is a test for me, trying to pronounce all of these. Welcome.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Mary Ann Byrne, and I live at 1911 Park Avenue Northeast. I moved here from Seattle. Why did I choose Salem? It's so much more affordable living here than Seattle. I'd like to ask, how many other folks are there in here right now who moved here because it's more affordable? Could they stand up, please? So we have a reputation for being an affordable, livable city. Adding more property taxes and bridge tolls will increase the cost of living here. Maybe this will encourage more out-of-towners to move to Woodburn. A friend of mine suggested that the reason that the realtors support the bridge is because when taxes are raised, many folks can no longer afford their homes, so they sell, which brings the real estate professionals new turnover business by driving, buying, and selling. So since we have so many people here who see the bridge as a way to make more money, and the city seems to want to continue spending money to study the river crossing, then as an unemployed biologist who's suffered age discrimination, then I can use a job doing research on the bridge. You could use another biologist? I am here because I see no need for a third bridge as proposed. Compared to Seattle or Portland, Salem has no traffic. Since Salem has no traffic, spending hundreds of millions of dollars for an unnecessary bridge just turns us all into debtors. Over-speculation to real estate from 2002 and up to the time of the crash led to the recent recession that we've all experienced. Borrowing money to buy real estate because beyond what we can afford was what was considered the major cause. We're supposed to learn from the past mistakes. Mortgaging Salem citizens to build an unnecessary bridge that will not relieve congestion in downtown shows no learning from past experiences. Because I live on Park Avenue, the preferred alternative currently being discussed would build a bridge from Pine Street to Hope. West Salem commuters working in the Fairview, Airport Way, State Hospital, State Prison, Lancaster business area would head north on Lancaster, Hawthorne, and Park Avenue to Sunnyview, to head to Fairgrounds Road, then north to Pine, and to head to the proposed bridge, increasing surface traffic in the Lansing neighborhood area, possibly needing a traffic signal at Park and Sunnyview. Ultimately needing to reroute the Pine, Fairgrounds, Silverton Road, Amtrak
Excuse me, I'm
intersection.
sorry, your time is up. I have to interrupt. I apologize. Are there questions? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. And Ken Luetag. This is a great learning experience for me, all of these names. All right. And followed by, following him will be Kathy Lincoln. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm here, I live at 17980 Brown Road, rural Polk County. Recently just found out about this bridge proposal. I realize that you have said there was a lot, but quite honestly, we didn't hear anything of it. In my other life, I'm also in broadcasting. Interviewed 20 people on the street of Salem. One knew about this bridge project. So I don't feel alone in saying that. So in terms of the project, first of all, I did a little bit of in-depth research. Some of it was just observations. And the bridge itself is not overcrowded. It's entrance and exits to the bridges. I sat on Center Street, looked up Center Street, Marion Street all the way across, and I saw absolutely nobody on the bridge, and yet we were backed all the way up to where the old Sears building was. Once I got on the bridge, the problem I see is the traffic leaving, getting on the Wallace Marine Drive. So I'm telling you what the problems are. Many times I've seen council meetings, and all you hear is wah, 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 protect my fill in the blank. What I want to tell you, there are some solutions. One of the solutions is, why move Mohammed to the mountain? We're trying to get so many people into Salem from West Salem. Why don't we have businesses and promote businesses in West Salem? If you're going to have people living in West Salem, have them work in West Salem. Stop having people going back and forth between these two. It makes no sense at all. We have the old cannery building down there, and quite honestly, no one's using that. Why aren't we using that? We have no big box stores in West Salem. We have no Lowe's. We have no Fred Meyer's. Why don't we have those there? That stops people from going back and forth. And one other person made a very good observation. Why not ask the governor and ask the legislature to split the shifts? 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, or 10-hour days. It solves the problem. But the big thing is we're going down this garden path of building a bridge. And once you start, you keep on going. You have blinders in that vein. So consequently, what I want to do is suggest that you go back and relook at the problem, look at possible solutions that make much more sense. I've been in this community almost 50 years, and I'm going to tell you, I have heard more bridge proposals than most of you realize. We had Mission Street, we had Cordon Road. All those were solutions that were proposed. And quite honestly, I think at this moment in time, you need to reconsider this one. It's expensive, and if I say the word toll to anyone in Polk County going back and forth, I'm going to tell you that they say, what tolls, and their emotion completely changes. So think about what's going to happen, and if tolls are easy, the problem is think about the taxes and all that stuff that's going to come by. So to that, I'll leave you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from counselors? All right, we appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Kathy Lincoln, followed by David Brown.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Kathy Lincoln. My address is 3291 Willamette Drive North. It's been a long evening, and I really do appreciate all your attention to all of us. In the few minutes I have, I'd like to let you know that I sympathize with the difficult task that you have. It's been such a struggle because, I think I'd like to reiterate what someone else said earlier. You feel like you need to build a new bridge. But as we have seen, the problem you're charged to solve is not which bridge you need to build, but how to improve mobility and safety at the current bridgeheads. And that's what's in the purpose and needs statement of the DEIS. That can be done without the enormous cost and disruption to our community that a new bridge would cause. I attended several of the work sessions, and not once did I hear a serious cost-benefit comparison of building a new bridge versus what we can do to improve mobility. such as a lot of the suggestions that have been made tonight, such as staggered commuting times, increasing transit, some of the proposals that are already on the table from earlier studies to improve the bridgehead congestion. The city determined several years ago in the Willamette River Crossing Study to do a study for a third bridge, but things have changed since then. There is a third bridge for bikes and pedestrians that can also be used for trolley or other sort of transit. It also supports emergency vehicle access across the river. Traffic volumes have decreased, as we've heard. People are driving less. Something that would be interesting, I think, to the realtors and the home builders in this room, there's nothing that I've found in the DEIS, and I've spent quite a bit of time looking at it, that says it's necessary to build a bridge in order to develop West Salem. In fact, just the opposite. There is a reference in the DEIS to a 2009 study done by ODOT that says another new bridge will have no significant impact on the number of houses or businesses that are built in West Salem. We don't need a bridge to develop West Salem. I trust that you're taking the comments that you've heard tonight to heart and looking at the facts that are in the DEIS. I don't think anyone can say you haven't done your due diligence. As other commenters have said, you do need to make a decision. You do have an option that will have minimal impact on North Salem, will increase the mobility and safety, will not need goal exceptions from Polk County, which is another huge hurdle, which you're going to have a real hard time getting goal exceptions for a new bridge. And that's alternative 2A, which is already in your study. So I recommend that you look at the facts and pick a solution that's the best for this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Do any of the counselors have questions for Ms. Lincoln? All right. Thank you so much. David Brown, followed by Kenji Sukahara, and followed by Byron Hendricks. Is David Brown still here? Kenji, why don't you go ahead? Thanks.
I'd actually like to defer my testimony, given that Councilor Clem was kind enough to keep the hearing open until the 13th. So
All right.
I'll defer till then.
Fine, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Byron Hendricks?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Councilors, I'm Byron Hendricks, address 1220 20th Street, Salem. First, thanks for your service. Second, I know how difficult a decision is like this, but to me it's vision. You look 60 miles to the north and see the Columbia River crossing when the decision wasn't made on time and what has to happen. You think of the success of economic development in our area and how it's been a large challenge to try and create jobs. NORPAC $160 million investment is a wonderful thing for this community, even though it didn't entirely site in Salem, but that's what we need. We need the ability for jobs in the future. They need to be family wage jobs. They require transportation for products for traded sector employment and high-value agricultural processing. The key word you heard tonight was the closed cannery in West Salem. It's because they can't get to a freeway. I encourage you to think on it strongly. I support 4D. Thanks for your service.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Hendricks? Thank you, and thank you also for your service on other committees and commissions that have supported the city so much. Thank you. Cy Smith, followed by Gil Bellamy.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman. Thank you for your service. Mayor, I heeded your words and I listened carefully and I've read everything, and nowhere did I see a peculiar concern that I have addressed. It's a little plebeian, a little pedestrian. Oh, my address, our address, is 2514 Hazel Avenue Northeast. That puts us on the corner of Hazel and Hickory. And don't you know, when they said bridge, we looked down the road. We've only lived there 19 years. Our house is 105 years old. We walked our children to Highland School as they were growing up, as generations that lived in that house before us have walked their children to Highland School. That's about 10 blocks biking. My concern is the consequences of dumping all of this traffic onto that Title I elementary school. The major portion of it is pedestrian. Those kids walk all over that neighborhood. Add to that the train coming through the neighborhood, which is fine. The railroad crossings go down and you have a 10 or 15-minute wait. But then the train stops and there it waits. And this happens 2 or 3 times a week. The train stops and traffic backs up. In our house, just a block from Pine, I can see the anger waves flowing over the houses. And I can look out on Pine and I can see kids dodging in and out of that traffic. Where are the planners now? Looking at that fiasco. As that train stops, traffic starts scattering through the neighborhood looking for other ways around it. These are some concerns that I haven't seen addressed. They may be pedestrian or plebeian, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Any questions for Mr. Smith? Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you coming this evening. Gil Bellamy, followed by Bill Fuji.
I am Gil Bellamy. I live at 2945 Island View Drive Northeast in the city of Salem. The last major flood of the Willamette River crested on February 9th, 1996. On February 8th, the prediction was that the river level would rise 8 more feet, which would have been 4 feet high in my living room. We were ordered to leave, and we did. Here are some pictures that I have taken. 2 of them are taken from an airplane on the day before the river crested. You see all of the moving vans up and down our block, because we did move out like we were ordered to do. But you know, the river did not increase 8 feet. It increased only 1 more foot because of the West Salem floodplain. And in addition to those pictures, those aerial photos, I have a picture of a satellite taken the day the river crested on February 9th, 1996. And I want you to pay attention, everybody. This is the Willamette River. It's about that wide, and it goes here. In the flood, it's what, 30, 40 times that wide? Now, the problem that we have here, the reason with you're going over a Tryon or Pine Street, this at the bottom here is the little island right here in the Willamette River that you're going to come across, putting a stanchion or not, that river right there. So all of the interchanges and approaches from the west side of the bridge would be in the floodplain. What are you thinking? FEMA gave me some money for some damage to my land, a landslide. This is a picture of my son jet skiing on the right-of-way of Broadway Street between McDonald's and Fred Meyer North. If the river were higher on February 9th, 1996, Fred Meyer would have been flooded, McDonald's would have been flooded, and the only reason it wasn't was this. I'm positive that if you narrow the floodplain, the West Salem floodplain, that you would have higher river into downtown Salem too, and the current would be faster. So I'm not opposed to new bridges crossing the river, but this is the wrong place. We should have a baseline road around Salem. There should be a bridge at the end of Dokes Ferry Road connecting to Kubler. There should be another one out by the Wheatland Ferry or Mission Park somewhere that goes into the interchange either at Brooks or Woodburn. Not another bridge within sight of the bridges that are there that would interfere with the West Salem floodplain. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of Mr. Bellamy? All right, thank you. We appreciate your testimony. Bill Fuji, followed by Peter Burgell. I didn't say that right either, did I? Did I say that right? All right, good. Okay. Mr.
Madam
Fuji,
Mayor
welcome.
and members of the City Council, I truly appreciate all your efforts and
and very much appreciate the process that has been a very lively debate. I don't represent a big environmental organization. I don't represent business. About the most important person I might represent is my 3-year-old granddaughter. I want to put in perspective some of your partners. A lot has been said about Polk County, and it is a wonderful place. And I kind of think of Polk County like Tang. All it needs is water. The problem is it needs water. And the sources and the finances of your partners to grow financially are difficult. You folks face financial challenges all of the time. Think about Polk County. We talk glowingly about building a big reservoir up there at Valsats. I don't think the tribes share that vision. And we're talking about the almost insignificant cost of building this bridge in comparison to building a big water supply at the crest of the Coast Range in the perspective of a subductive earthquake. So I beseech you to ask your partners some very tough questions, yourselves some very tough questions, because it's not just about the money, which with federal sequester, the state's trying to solve its financial problems on the backs of its retirees, all those things I beseech you to consider, but it is the long-term cost of the debt load that you're about to bring in relationship to a habit that we have to increase our dependency on private transportation. And so for that reason, I would like you to ask your partners and yourselves some very tough questions about what the real benefit is of this partnership that we're about to enter into, which I don't see a clear path to have a sustainable yield. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilors, are there any questions? All right, thanks for coming down. We appreciate your testimony. Welcome, Peter. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. It's a pleasure to be here this evening, but not really, because I heard, I'm just saying that. I heard a rumor that the council's already decided to go for this, and I hope that's not true. I hope that's a false rumor. It's running around the community. But just in case it is, I wanted to say some things. You've recently affirmed that you appreciate the views of the neighborhood associations, and so I hope you'll listen to the neighborhood associations who are all telling you, the ones who've taken a position so far, that they don't want this. And I'm also wondering, as many other people are, who's paying for this? Who's paying for this, and how much? Even the last bond measure for the chariots failed, something that we really need in this town, and it went down because people don't want to raise their taxes. So where's the money going to come from? It doesn't make any sense. Near as I can tell, the only people that want this bridge are people that are going to financially benefit from it. That's what I'm hearing here mostly tonight, I think, is what I'm hearing tonight. And, I appreciate those people, and I appreciate their needs, and I appreciate their desires, but they don't run the city. And they shouldn't run the city. They should have their say, same as I'm having my say. But you need to represent the people who elected you, all the people who elected you, and please do represent them by voting to stop wasting money on a project that isn't going to happen because it's prohibitively expensive and because no one wants to pay for it. And people don't want it enough to pay for it anyway. I used to commute into Salem when I lived out in the country. I used to commute into Salem. And what I did was arrange my own staggered shift. And I never had a problem going over that bridge. Never, ever. It was always a pretty much clear sailing. So what I'm seeing this thing as doing is a kind of an income shift mechanism. It's a way to get money out of the pockets of people who don't want this stuff into the pockets of people who want to build it. And I don't think we ought to allow that. I don't think that's representing the people. And the last thing I want to say before my time runs out is that I think what we're doing here is continuing the slavish devotion to the automobile that has overtaken this country and is really leading us to this problem of climate change that all of us are going to really rue, and we need to do something about it, and we need to do it now. And what we need to do right now is cut off this thing, stop spending money on it, and just go on with other more serious problems. So thank you very much for my opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions by any of the counselors? Appreciate you coming. Thank you. Dan Dorn, followed by, and then Susan Arbor. Dan Dorn, Susan Arbor, and then Cora Kaser. Welcome, Mr. Dorn.
Well, thank you. Dan Dorn, P.O. Box 3577, Salem, Oregon. It's late. I will just say that I concur with the testimony that you've heard already tonight from the proponents of this new bridge. I think it's very, very needed, and would like to remind the council that we spent 34 years debating a conference center, which you took another 10 years and you finally changed the name of it to a convention center. Let's not do the same thing with this bridge. Let's build it, and the community will be better for it. We'll have more jobs that will create more tax revenues, so we'll have more money for our schools and government services. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I was inattentive for a moment. Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Dorn? All right, thank you very much. I have to wait for a moment and ask our council president for a motion to extend our time. We're right at 10 o'clock.
How many people do you have left?
Three.
Madam Mayor, I move extension of, let me just look at this for a second.
Half an hour?
20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Yeah.
You do it?
Pressure's on you. I think it's your
Pressure's
motion.
on me. Thank you. Love the way we work together here. Oh, there are more people signed up for public comment at the end. I'm sorry.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I'll move half an hour.
Half an hour, all right.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor Bennett, seconded by Councilor Clausen to extend the meeting until 10:30 by 30 minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay.
Nay.
How many nays? 2 nays, all right. Motion carries, sorry. All right, I apologize, we just have to do our housekeeping. This is Susan Arbor.
Thank you. Thank you so much for extending. I've sat here since I worked an 8-hour day, and then I sat here for 2.5 hours, so I'm really glad you extended it, because I don't know if I'd be able to get back May 13. I'm also a bus rider, so I've missed my bus. So the last bus is at 9 o'clock every day, so that comes by here. Anyway, thank you so much. My name is Susan Arbor. I live at 450 Rural Avenue South. That's in Ward 7. I'm here to testify against the third car bridge. I first start with my personal experience. I used to live in Polk County for 5 years, from 2002 to 2007. And my carpool and I used to drive to downtown Salem for our Monday through Friday jobs. And luckily we were able to flex our schedules just by half an hour. So we weren't there till 8:30 and we left at 5:30, and we really almost always had no problem going over the bridge. And so subsequently I moved to Marion County, but then in January I moved my dad to Capitol Manor in West Salem. So I was all worried, you know, about this talk about, oh, we need a third bridge. Am I going to be able to get to see my dad? But I was pleasantly surprised that I go to visit my dad at 5:15 and I have no problem going over the bridge. So also a friend of mine who lives in Corvallis, who's been driving a van, he's a coworker, he's been driving a van pool from Corvallis to Salem for 13 years, and he leaves at the exact time for the last 13 years and arrives at the downtown Salem at 7:30 a.m., and he also leaves at the exact time for 13 years and at 4 p.m. So I said, Steve, over these 13 years, how has it been? Has it gotten worse? Has it gotten better? Because he can relate to me minute by minute where he is in his commute, because he's been doing it for 13 years. And he said, it's been the same. He said, I haven't noticed any problem. And I said, do you think Salem needs to spend whatever it was to build a bridge? And he said, I think that would be really foolish. So I just wanted to relate that. Okay, so my main concern was the enormous cost. In addition, I think it's wrong to displace so many businesses and homes. And maybe I'm the only one that's noticed, but the businesses and homes are in a lower income area. So this is your sacrificed neighborhood than West Salem. And I just don't think that's right. And I don't want to have my property tax raised, but if I did, I'd want it to be for the bus. Because I ride the bus with many people, and a lot of them are disabled. And that eliminating the Saturday service, not having any buses on Saturdays, has been a real hardship for them. And so it's like, it is economics, it's opportunity cost. If you spend all your money on this thing, there's not going to be money left for other things like parks, libraries, trails. And those are all job creators too.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions? All right, thank you. Kara Kaiser, am I saying your name correctly? Cora, maybe.
It's Kara.
Kara, it is
We met on
Kara.
Saturday at Grant.
Yes, nice to see you. All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for having me and extending. Giving testimony at 10 o'clock at night is awesome, actually. I'm glad we have this public process, and I live in the United States, so I can actually do this. I am Kara Kaiser. I'm with the Grant Neighborhood Association. Grant Neighborhood Association did pass a resolution opposing the bridge. We haven't taken under consideration the modifications to 4D as of yet. We will do that at our next meeting, but I can tell you from conversations with neighborhood leaders that we will be leaning towards no for that as well. And I'll tell you why. If you can picture in your mind the A.C. Gilbert Discovery Village, those houses right underneath the Marion Street Bridge, you have those in your mind, okay? And also another part of Salem along 14th Street, kind of behind the Amtrak station, kind of picture those houses in your mind. Both of those pictures should have elevated highways above them. And one of the reasons that we oppose this is because that is what it'll look like in the Highland neighborhood. You'll have an elevated span for, I don't remember how many feet, going through that neighborhood. You'll wipe out houses and businesses, but a lot of houses will remain in the shadow of this structure. They will literally live under the bridge. Their property values will go down because nobody wants to live under a bridge. Yards will have their size of lots will be cut in half, and children will be limited to where they're playing at. So that is the main reason that we're opposing this. We've talked as a group about, we would maybe accept a third bridge if it was kind of, somebody in our neighborhood group keeps bringing up the Selwood Bridge in Portland. If it was a Selwood style, level to level ground that was meant for residents to use, not trucks, not commercial business purposes, but residents to move between West and North Salem to really connect that. We think that could even maybe be a good thing. But as other people have said here, not this bridge and not this design. This design is based on something that doesn't consider people. And that's what really I feel and our group feels gets lost in this entire conversation is the people aspect. And we can talk about traffic counts, we can talk about pollution, we can talk about elevated structures. What it really comes down to are the people affected by this proposed bridge. And Salem has unfortunately let bad planning happen in the past, and especially in the Grant and Highland neighborhoods, the North Salem areas, the areas that are lower income, the areas that are more ethnically diverse, the areas where unfortunately have been sacrificed in the past. For whatever reasons, they just are. And none of the alternatives that were proposed included any other kind of bridge that was south of Market Street. They were all in North Salem. There was nothing outside of city limits. There was nothing in South Salem. And we really feel that that is a disservice to the community. And we feel that because the people are not part of this solution, they're not even part of this conversation, a whole lot. There are a couple people tonight that have spoken out saying they live in these areas, but I feel really annoyed, I guess, that a lot of the decisions being made about this are people that don't even live in the area. And the fact of the matter is the people don't have as much political clout as a lot of other people do in Salem. For whatever reason, they might work 2 jobs, they might have 5 kids, they might not be able to catch the bus to get down to downtown. Whatever the reason is, they're not here. And I feel that they need to be here. One other point, and I'm going off of my notes right now, is when the task force was convened, when Julie first showed the slide at the very, very beginning, that citizen task force was convened, there were a lot of stakeholders invited. But I do have firsthand knowledge that not everyone was invited to the table. People were slowly invited as the process wore on. In fact, in Grant neighborhood, we had to have somebody replace somebody else to serve because they passed away, because the process was taking so long. At the very last meeting, there was somebody who was invited who didn't speak English. There were no translators provided to that person. They were also forced to vote on an alternative that they didn't know what they were voting for. I think there are serious ethical concerns that should be examined about the task force. We should also know that the task force was not a majority. There was 10 people who voted for 4D. There were 7 who voted for no build. And then the other 3 or 4 were scattered responses. That's all I have.
Thank you. Are there questions? I thank you very much. Do appreciate you coming. And the last person signed up is Larissa DeHaas. Is Larissa still here? No? All right. She's gone. All right. Then we'll ask Julie Warnicki to return if we have questions of staff.
Next week. Let's wait till the end of that.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Just a suggestion that maybe we could, if other counselors don't object, or you don't object, obviously, but we could have Julie come back at our next at our final public hearing, so we'll have heard the entire array of public opinion and be able to talk with her about all the questions that have been raised. If that'd be all right to do that at
That would be fine with me unless anyone on the council tonight has a pressing question that they want to be sure gets out on the table now.
Okay.
I'm not seeing any. Then do you want to make a motion about that, or Councilor Nanki?
Yeah, just that you had asked for some information earlier on
that will come
neighborhood
back to
association
us,
stances
right?
and what have you. It'd be nice to have that for the next meeting as well.
All right.
And then not
And
knowing
Madam
if we're
Mayor,
going
we
to
have-
deliberate
Sorry.
at the continuation, or if we're going to hold and have everything there, figure out what questions we have, and then deliberate on a date different than the 13th. I don't know what our plan is.
We have passed a motion that continues this hearing to the 13th of May. And accepts written comment through that hearing time. So I
All
think
right.
we're okay to.
We're all right. All right, then. We will thank Julie Warnicki for being prepared, and we'll ask you to show up again, right? All right. Now, at this point, we don't close the hearing. It simply continues. I want to thank everyone who came this evening to testify. I want to thank the patience that you all had to wait and wait and wait until it was your turn. And I also appreciate the style with which you all were cooperative as far as really kind of moving the hearing along. I appreciate that. I know I was like a person with a cattle prod a couple times, but appreciated that. All right. Do we have a motion? We don't have anything on the floor. All right. We're back to special orders of business. I'll give people a minute to clear the chambers, but we're going to get through the rest of this very quickly because we only have a few minutes left. Yes. Okay.
Depending on if it's state or not. You better have signed up on the public.
I know, I told it, I tried to send it out.
Okay, I think we'll get back to work here. The next item on our agenda is actually special orders of business. And it's the item that I pulled, 3.3C, and I will go back and look at that.
Let's see if I can remember what it was.
3.3C has to do with Domestic Violence Response Team Stop Violence Against Women grant application. And the reason I pulled the item was because I wanted to move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by myself. We're getting good at this now. Seconded by, was that Councilor Nanke that seconded that? Councilor Bennett. All right, Councilor Bennett. We're a team. All right. Moved and seconded, and what I wanted to say about it is that the domestic violence response team here at the City of Salem and the volunteers that are involved with it have done a tremendous, tremendous service to this community over the years, helping women who have been the victims of violence. And I really wanted to just highlight the fact that we are a city who cares so much about this particular problem, and we know that more women and children are being battered, that more deaths have occurred in the state of Oregon in recent years, and the effect of this grant will be that our city can just continue to be doing the fine job that we're doing. I really commend our police chief and our police department, because I know they've always made violence against women and children to be a particular priority, and have been very responsive by building teams with volunteers from the community who can go right into the situation and provide support and guidance and real stability for the victims as they go through the process of investigation and hearings and trials. So I just wanted to put that plug in for the fact that I think our city does a good job on that, and I'm glad that we're going to apply for the grant again. So, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries. All right. I believe we have some people signed up. We have no ordinances this evening. We have information reports. Are there any information reports that councilors wanted to pull?
Oh, several.
Several? Right now, right? Okay.
Or not.
All right, we have no ordinances. I believe we have some people signed up for public comment. Nick Boston, are you with us, Mr. Boston? Okay. Welcome, and you have 3 minutes. At the end of 2 minutes, the amber light comes on, and at the end of 3 minutes, it's the red light.
Okay, I won't need nearly that much.
All right.
My name is Nick Boston, and I'm here representing the letter carriers of Salem and basically Marion and Polk area. The letter carriers are doing their national food drive on May 11th, the second Saturday of May. And basically, the citizens of Marion and Polk County, Salem, all they need to do is set the food out by their mailbox, and the letter carrier or a volunteer in a vehicle marked as such will pick up those food items and deliver them to the Marion Polk Food Share, of which I don't know if council members are aware of it, but I know I was shocked when I found that Marion Polk Food Share goes through 9 million pounds of food a year. Now, what we collect on that day is a considerable amount. It's the most one day collected in the country by any organization.
Wow. Well, 3 cheers for that.
Well, the letter carriers do a good job.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
anyhow, what we will collect in that one day won't make too big of a wave in that 9 million pounds, but last year we did collect over 100,000 pounds, and that helped get the food bank through a number of months of stretch. And it is at the time of the year when the food bank is most needing of food, and their supply is dwindling. So that's what I have to say, and I would appreciate any support that the council or city can give.
Thank you. I really appreciate you waiting so long and coming tonight and waiting and testifying to alert us to this great opportunity that we have. Our city is participating in the food drive, and we're happy to have this as an announcement this evening. Are there questions by councilors? I see Councilor Nanke and then Councilor Benars.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Will there actually be a bag that comes in the mail for people to fill out that's color-coded then, so you guys know what to pick up?
Yes, there should be a postcard reminder. Could be next week, and then the bag should come the week of the food drive.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's great. Councilor Benars?
As a board member for Marion Polk Food Share, I just want to say thank you very much for what you are doing. We spend a lot of our time trying to get food into this community, feed people, whether it's by box or can, or it's the community gardens that we have going in. My particular church, Salem Alliance Church, just collected, I don't know how many tons of food this last weekend, but it's the same kind of thing. All come in together, get it to Marion Polk Food Share. And remember, Marion Polk Food Share isn't a pantry themselves. They're a distribution network.
Correct.
So
Correct.
anyway, thank you very much for working on
Yes,
this.
they have, I believe they have right at 100 different places that they supply food that actually does the food banking kind of thing.
It's probably close to 115, I think. It depends on how you count them, but yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's wonderful. Well, Mr. Boston, I hope you'll convey back to all of the letter carriers that you come into contact with how much we appreciate their service in the community every day and how much we appreciate their devotion to the Marion Polk Food Share programs. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mark Connect was signed up. I think I saw him leave. He's gone home. Don Clark, and followed by Mary Clark. Welcome.
This is way past my bedtime.
Well, me too.
Thank you. I came in from Chicago to make this presentation. Madam Mayor, City Council members, my name is Don Clark, and I live at 1990 Wallace Road, Salem, Oregon. I'm here today to present our concerns about a backfill at the 1980 Wallace Road apartment complex construction site for HT Investment LLC, owned by Hans Tigerson. The City Council and the Public Works Departments bought off on a plan that backfill would not be permitted in areas that would restrict the natural flow of water and create secondary ponding. But both these things are happening with the backfill that he is doing right now. This portion of the land that we own is already having a water problem, and he continues to push his water problem over on our land and expects us to take care of the problem. Also, I tried to forewarn you several meetings ago about the illegal rosewood dump that he had already occurred, and no questions were asked. I guess no one was really concerned about it. I was forced to go to the DEQ to look at this contamination in the West Salem lands, and they addressed the problem without prejudice. We are not against the development. We are actually for it. What we are against is we're against the way that it is being handled. We're being intimidated by this guy. We're being pushed around. We're being told what he's going to do and what he's not going to do. He deceived you about the Phantom House. If you'll remember, the house that had their septic tank removed and their septic tank filled. He was involved in that place. He was supposed to buy it to have that septic field so he could build on it. He deceived you about going to Linda Lane. He started construction without an easement. Excuse me here. He trespassed on our land. And when we tried to stop him, he called the police to have us removed. This guy just does whatever he wants. But most of all, he contaminated and did the famous rosewood dump, which I like to call. He contaminated the waterways. He contaminated the groundwater. But most of all, he was going to poison people. he was going to poison kids and animals to save himself a few bucks. We need help. We're just citizens, and I can't understand why this is being allowed to happen.
Are there questions for Mr. Clark? All right, thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. And Mary Clark?
Long evening. Thank you. I actually came here thinking that I would support the bridge. Now I've heard testimony, and I'm not supporting the bridge anymore. My name is Mary Clark. I live at 1990 Wallace Road for close to 30 years. I'm here today to ask you to pull in the reins. Rein in your agent, Hans Tigeson of HT Investments, LLC. He is again defying your instructions on what is allowed and how he is going about building his complex at on Wallace Road in West Salem. He has backfilled his land that is diverting the natural flow of water and creating secondary ponding. His backfill is pushing his water problem onto our property, which already has its own problems. And you saw pictures of the flood in '96. We have videos of the water rushing behind our property. So we already have a lot of water issues anyway. And this is just making it a lot worse. We haven't been able to farm the upper part of our property because of this water now that is coming from the backfill. He installed a secondary trunk prematurely against your instructions before easements were even put into place. This is all to save money, obviously for his own gain, certainly not the gain of the city of Salem or her residents. We are not the only concerned citizens here. It affects many other residents of West Salem. There is no provision to prevent groundwater contamination. We are unable to, well, I already said that. The DEQ is dealing with his illegal dumping. Does this not reflect on his practice? He does not live in Salem. He does not drink the water, nor does his family. And I beseech you to please take a closer look at the consequences of this construction and the practices of this development company. And I just want to thank the council members for the first time that we presented the interest in the questions and the thoughtful concern that we had from the council members, and for the opportunity to be able to express our concerns, and actually being ashamed that I have not been more involved other than this issue that's happening to us. The city is a great city, and I love it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of councilors? Councilor Clem and then Councilor Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mary, thanks for coming down and learning more about the Salem River crossing. I'm not sure there isn't more to come, but my question is in relation to your email. You've already talked to city staff about the water coming into your property. Who was it that you talked to, and what was it specifically about? You had mentioned a city staff member's name, so.
Don White?
Don Whitehurst.
Don Whitehurst.
Yeah.
We sent him a video of the water flow, actual water flow.
And his response to you was?
There is no water problem.
And we do have actual videos of the water flowing across this area
Okay.
and pooling.
I'm not sure where we go with this, Mr. Fernandez, but is this something that staff is even aware of in terms of Mr. Whitehurst's look at the situation?
Peter Fernandez, Public Works Director. Mr. Whitehurst is, one of our best engineers, understands surface flow issues. So if he's looking at it, I assume that, I'll look into it, but I assume Mr. Tigerson is following what has been approved and what is correct. But I will happily double check with Mr.
Well, that's what I suspect here is
tomorrow.
That Don believes that they're in compliance and you believe that they're not. So we'll double check to see what Mr. Whitehurst's comment was. But if everybody's in compliance, I'm concerned that you're going to keep bringing all these issues to us, and I'm not sure we can solve them if they are in compliance with the code. So I don't want to mislead you. that if he's in compliance with it, now, if he isn't, Mr. Whitehurst will take appropriate action, so.
And Councillor Thomas.
Thank you both for coming down and sharing your information. My question is, do you guys have documentation that substantiates your claim to DEQ?
Yes, it's in the Statesman Journal.
And how recent was this?
What, a month ago? It was the front page in the Statesman Journal, and it shows with pictures. We brought the pictures to the city council. It shows pictures of the illegal dump, and it was all the houses and the barns, I'm assuming, that were taken off of the apartment area and dumped onto some property that we have been looking at to purchase.
So,
Well, it's his property that he dumped it on, but the property that we're looking to purchase is adjacent to that, and there's mounds of debris.
2 homes in a barn. DEQ gave him 60 days to get it removed. For the first 30 days, he did absolutely nothing. Now he has started to remove it, and he can't get it done. He has asked DEQ to extend it till August. Both homes are old homes that were built in the 50s. They had asbestos. They probably even had
We don't know, lead, yeah. And it's going into our water, you know?
We drink it, you know, we drink out of well water. Kids, several years ago, they had a problem with diseases, and some kids had cancers and weird stuff. This could have contaminated the groundwater and the playgrounds and everything all around that decades from now, and people would be getting sick wondering what's going on. You know, he made no provisions for keeping this from running off into our streams and into our groundwater.
so
Thank you very much. I want to sort of draw this to a close, and I believe it was said that staff would be looking into the situation, and so you'll hear back from staff, or?
Probably.
From staff, okay.
We'll be back.
That's fine. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I have no further business to come before the council. We are adjourned.